Or this is grainy. Put it on this picture.
I kept getting asked, I hope I'm not gonna have to make any sketch changes.
We can do it afterwards too. Or
Okay.
if
'Cause
you,
that's the one thing of, I asked, we have. First did the plans and let's hold off on sketches.
okay, so I have this print in the background. So that's my picture.
Oh, okay.
All right, so let me bring up participants. One participant, Lisa Hilton May. So I'm going to rename that. I'm going to say Mary Assessor. I think that's appropriate. Mary Gardner,
Maybe just your name.
be just my name. All right. So what I will need, and I have them here, are the phone numbers or email addresses. So when they come in, I can rename them. Okay. So I'm in. And it is recording. So let me turn recording off. I just have to remember to turn it back on. So I have my Post-it note.
You do, okay.
I do. Chairman, you're being recorded.
Okay, thank you. We are opening the Board of Assessment Appeals meeting dated April 21st, 2020. The appeals we are going to be hearing are from the 2019 Grand List and the 2018 Grand List, Supplemental Grand List. The appellants are by appointment only, and the meeting will be we will be hosting this meeting in a webinar format through Zoom. I am the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals, John Parfit Jr. Also in attendance are regular member Jim Mitchell and alternate members John Piazenza and Don Marchand. The hosts of the meeting are Lynn Byberg, Assistant Assessor and Clerk to the BAA, Mary Gardner, the Assessor. The panelists in the webinar will be BAA members, and the BAA members should state their names prior to speaking. Attendees will be appellants. No public speaking other than appellants are scheduled for appeal appointments with the board. This is being broadcast live via Groton Municipal TV. To make a motion or to second a motion, BA members should speak into the phone or the computer microphone. Next, I have 4 memorandums. Increases on the 2019 Grand List assessment increase for 65 Atlantic Avenue and 137 Thames Street, 20 Morgan Point, and 79 Gold Star Highway. Now, I guess we are ready for our first appellant.
Okay, John, I just allowed Michael Krasminski to speak.
All right, Mr. Krasinski. I'm John Parfit. I'm the chairman of the BAA. Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers of the town of Groton.
Able to unmute him.
This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record and you will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision, then you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. So, Mr. Krasinski, I assume I got that correctly?
He's not a participant. Wait. John, hold a minute. I'm trying to get his microphone unmuted.
Okay.
Hang on, he's there. Okay. Michael, are you there? I wouldn't think so.
He has a box, but there's no picture out.
Hello?
There he is. Michael?
Hello? Yes, I'm here. I'm on both my cell phone and computer. My computer doesn't have a camera, so you don't get to see me today. You just get to hear me.
All right, then, Mr. Krasinski, this is John Parfit. I'm going to be known as the chairman because we have two Johns on the board. Anyway, did you hear my last statement to you?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Okay, well, tell us what you got then.
Okay. In front of you should be what I'll refer to as an appeal packet. Should be about 6 pages that we would have submitted along with our appeal originally.
May I interrupt for 1 minute, Chairman? Which
Yes.
property is Michael referring to?
399 Benham Road.
Perfect.
You'll have to be a little patient here. This is the first time we're doing this, so
Me too.
you will get through it.
We'll learn together.
Okay, so everybody else should be having their paperwork. So is there anything else in addition to the paperwork that you submitted that you'd like to?
No, I mean, anything I wanted to communicate, we did at the beginning of the process when we filed the appeal on behalf of the property owner, and it's in the packet. I'll go through it briefly and won't take up a lot of your time. The property, as you can see, is a convenience store. We show it was built in 1978. Currently has a total value per square feet of $481.29. with a building square foot value of $173.01. It's our opinion that the best method to value this asset from a real estate only perspective would be on a cost approach. This is owner occupied, so there is no lease income to consider. Most convenience stores are owner occupied and always have a business unit attached. What I submitted, and it would be page 4, was a property valuation, cost approach valuation sheet from Craftsman National Building Cost Manual Software. Consider it a competitor, similar product as Marshall and Swift as far as it relates to coming up with a cost approach value. Our opinion is the cost to replace is $101 a square foot. The site value is $532,400, and the total estimate of the value should be $578,773.72. We feel that being that this property is sold, and I am not aware of any functional nor economic obsolescence that's been addressed. It's pretty beaten up, weathered building. Don't know that. I look at this. I honestly don't know where $173 a square foot could be in something like this, when I know that my client can build it new for $101 plus the cost of personal business equipment, freezers, cash registers, shelves, etc. that's really it. I don't have much else to talk about. That's how we look at the value. That's how we think it should be valued. And that's our opinion based on what we've found and what we've submitted.
All right, I noticed that you have it as cost. Why not an income approach?
Well, I don't know. It's owner occupied, so we don't have a rent on the property. So I don't have that to use. If we were leasing the property, certainly I could take that and we could come up with a vacancy rate. We could come up with a cap rate. We could come up with a net operating income, and boom, we'd have an answer. But we own that property. I was unable to find convenience store rents, as most of convenience stores aren't rented. They're owned by the people that run the business. They sell usually with business attached and real estate included, kind of as a package. Makes it difficult to come up with a income number. It's not an apartment building, office building.
All right, does any of the other members have any other questions?
Hey, Michael, this is the other John. Piacenza, how are you?
Hi, John, good.
The only, just to make sure, because I went over this the other day, so the land value we're okay on, just we're about $250,000 apart regarding the building. You got it 46, 370, 372. We've got it 298, 8, if I'm correct. So the only other thing I would say is that there was a sale considered a valid sale back in 07 that was considerably higher than the total appraised value now. I know there's been 13-year appreciation, I guess you would argue, but so I understand what you're saying, you know, just wanted to clarify that's your position.
Yeah, but I would also add, could you again tell me what year did it sell?
07.
07.
07, okay.
For $1 million.
Did it sell? Yeah, well, I'm sure back then, you know, again, this is a tough line for the assessor's office as well as for my client. I'm sure there was an ongoing business that was included that operating in there. You know, when gas stations sell, they sell with, you know, chewing gum and beer and soda sales and gas.
Yeah.
How much gas has been pumping? That's where the value is. I mean, obviously, if the property owner could run this convenience store business out of a party tent, they probably would. There wouldn't be a need to have a bricks and sticks concrete building, but they can't for a lot of reasons. Right. So not knowing of that $1 million, how much was, you know, accredited towards the real estate costs and how much was for the business? How much did the business make selling chewing gum, beer, and gasoline? It's hard to look at a sales number. That's the other piece to this. The income piece is one. It's not a traditional asset that you can identify selling as a value of real estate only, because there's always a business attached to it. You know, seldom do you see an empty gas station sell. Usually it's just ready to fall down, and it's in an area of town where you can't even sell chewing gum safely. So.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the chairman again. Does anybody else have any other comments?
Yes, I do, Chairman. This is Don Marchand. Michael, you're using this depreciation factor. Now, isn't that typically just for IRS purposes and not necessarily reflect the actual value of the building?
Well, it's no. I mean, from a standpoint of that building's going to be worth less than it was when, I mean, real estate depreciates. The building depreciates. Land appreciates, but even sometimes it depreciates. We've seen that happen multiple times over the last 10 years. No, it's I can build it new. If I could build it new for $101.93, it's tough for me to see how it being 38 years old, it could be worth $173 a foot. It just doesn't really, I guess, make any sense. There is a depreciated on any sort of a real estate appraisal. There'd be a depreciated value of the real estate, and that's what it is. The building goes down in value. There's got to be functional obsolescence. I mean, if you look at we're talking the assets, convenience store, gas, or just convenience store, and you look at the Avery Market, I guess is what it's called, and you look at that compared to a Raceway or I'm not sure what's up in Connecticut, maybe a Quick Trip, they look a lot different. There's a lot of changes that have happened in that convenience store industry. This is nothing but a concrete building, my guess is, with a little bit of stone stucco and a parking lot. There's not a lot in here that would represent $173 worth of value from a bricks and sticks perspective.
You really think $101 a square foot is an accurate value to build in this area?
To build without personal equipment, without freezers, and anything that would be considered and or taxed. Sure, it's concrete. I mean, there's nothing there. If you move all the personal business property out, it's let's see, how big is it? It is a 1,727 square foot empty shell with a drop ceiling. It's concrete floors, if that. There's just nothing there. How much could it possibly cost? That's what and not just my opinion, it's what the manual says, that it costs to build this quality, this type of asset new, $101.
No, I understand that's what the manual says. I just don't think that's an indicative cost per square foot of what it costs to build around here.
Well, the manual takes into consideration regional factors, both positive and negative, just as Marshall and Swift does.
Now, you said the exterior finish was stucco and paint. If I remember, isn't that a brick facade?
Well, the picture I'm looking at looks like it's stone. I mean, the picture is part of the, it's hard for me to see. Let's just see if I increase this. It looks like it's stone, stacked stone or some sort to me.
I've got to believe that'd be a lot more expensive than sticks. And it'd be a lot more expensive than just plain stucco.
Well, it's on the front. It's not on the sides. It's not on the back.
Right. But
it's decorative. And it's on the front side for aesthetics, obviously. Yes, did that cost a little bit more than just plain brick? I'm pretty sure it probably did.
And that wasn't figured in.
Well, stucco and paint, wood siding.
It's a big difference between that and stone or brick.
Yeah, it's not $200,000 still.
Winter Falcon.
Right.
And if I look at, let me just cross-reference it, if you don't mind, because I'll look at, so here's our challenge with that. And I hear you loud and clear, but I'm looking at the property record card for the property. And I'm looking at the sketch legend, and I don't see that the assessor's opinion is that there is, I'm looking here, I don't see it addressed on the property record card. So how do we here's a question that you might want to ask. How do we come up with our opinion of what's in the building? Well, we don't. We don't, because we'd have to go and look, and we don't. So we take the property record card. We take the assessor's property record card. We take all the specs that are on the property record card, we put it into the cost modeling software, and it puts out a value. So what you're seeing our value is what we took off the assessor's cost sheet, commercial property record card that shows the dimensions of the property, shows recent sales, and I can see where it sold for $1 million 13 years ago. And I see how they have it all listed, what's there. So we didn't just, kind of come up with it on our own. We just modeled what the assessor has. That way we're trying to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples. So it doesn't become an opinion of this and what do we think or what do they think. It becomes this is what it is.
Well, the assessor is also given it a grade of a B+. Yet you're saying it's 77, it's depreciated 77% of its original value.
I mean, it was built in 1970. I mean, how much could it be worth? I'm not saying it's worth nothing. I'm saying it did. Yeah, it did. I mean, on a 45-year depreciation schedule, which I believe is what we have on here, how much could possibly be left because the building actually is 42 years old.
But if it's all stone and mortar and stick, how's that going to depreciate that much?
Functional obsolescence, economic obsolescence. How's he competitive? I mean, who wants to go in there? I wouldn't go in there. I'd go to Quick Trip. Nice bright lights, big tall ceilings. I mean, there things like that play a factor in the value. And you're right. You have a good point. How much can concrete really depreciate? So there's a number between, what it started out as at $101 and what it's at now. But I don't know how it could be worth $173 a foot. For that to have happened, it had to have been worth $250 or $275 back when it was built, or to build it today. And that's not the number to build that particular building.
I mean, it's what it is. It's a convenience store, and the people that live in that area and that are going to go there, they're not looking for a Taj Mahal. They're going in there to buy their staples, pay for their gas.
Well, that's it. Well, no,
they don't
true.
care what it looks like.
No, they probably don't. But the guy who's paying the tax bill, he cares how it's valued at. So here's my question to you. Do you think it depreciated at all? Do you think it's just as good as it was in 42 years ago? Has anything changed? Is it still just as good as it was 42 years ago?
I can't say that it's as good as it was 42 years ago, but I don't think it's depreciated 77%.
Okay. What do you think it's depreciated?
I'd have to go and look at it.
Okay. Well, our point is that's what we think, but we do also think it's depreciated somewhat, and you tend to agree. So somewhere between my number and the assessor's number should be the other number. Maybe that's what we're looking for today, is where's the other number?
All right, this is the chairman. Sounds like we've got a pretty good amount of questions to deal with. If nobody has any other questions or statements, how about we move on to the next one?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
It's still with Mr. Kraminski for 551 Route 12.
Yes, that's correct.
So I guess it's yours to tell us about this property.
Okay. Thank you. Again, we have a convenience store, and this one's built a little differently. This looks more like grocery store type convenience store. That's the convenience stores, I guess, in the middle of the gas pumps. Built in 1992. The square footage of the building is 912 feet. It's a little bit smaller. The total value of the property is $752 a square foot, with the building value being $206.46 a square foot. Again, built in 1992, making it 18 years old. Our opinion of how to arrive at the best value for an asset like this is the same on this property. It should be done on a cost approach for the reasons I stated on the last property. And again, we were consistent in what we did. We created a national building cost estimator to replace the building, and we believe it could be replaced for $114.90. And based on a 40-year depreciation table, we believe the actual building value is closer to $68.94 than it is $206 a foot. And the breakdown of what's what, if you will, is on the next page. And we feel the final opinion of value should be $560,871.
All right, so this is the chairman again, and I guess it's the same question as last time. You have it as a cost approach. Why not income approach?
We own this property as well. We own, the client I represent owns, I believe, 60 or 70 properties throughout Connecticut, Massachusetts, and I believe perhaps New Hampshire, a few locations in New Hampshire. They're in the owning the real estate. They come in, they buy operating convenience stores that are being probably run poorly or being sold for whatever reason, and then they just acquire them and they operate them as a business. Real estate comes with it. If I had to guess, why buy the real estate instead of rent? I'm sure it gives them a lot of leverage. It provides a fixed asset for the purposes of being able to finance the purchase, because there's a real estate piece as opposed to not having a real estate piece. So they own their real estate. So I don't have any rent figures. Don't know what they would be.
Okay, does any other member have any other questions?
Again,
No,
sorry, this is
the
Don Marchand again. The exterior is stucco, or is it?
Well, if you look at the evidence I provided on the property record card, there shows a fairly good picture of the property. And you can see that it's, I don't think there's much stucco. I mean, stucco might be the overhang, the columns. It's a square building. I mean, if there's Kroger's, if you've ever seen a Kroger gas station or something at Costco where there's something in the middle of the footprint that you go inside, it's small, it's a little square, and there's a cashier and there's a cooler and a bunch of shelves. That's what this is if you look at the picture on the property record card. So it says the exterior walls are metal, light with wood joists. It's air conditioned. The condition is normal. And it's classified as a convenience store. And not that this matters, because we talked earlier about how they sell with business units, but this sold 10 years ago for $400,000 with business attached. So I don't know what that makes the value of the real estate as opposed to value of the business.
Well, this is the chairman again. I don't have any other questions for you at this point.
Okay.
And if no other member has any other questions, I think we're not going to have a lot of time to deliberate at this moment, but we will be deliberating at this sometime before the session ends.
Mhm.
And I
Okay.
guess that's about all we can do at this moment. So unless you have any other questions or statements.
No, sir. Thank you. I appreciate everybody's time today, and I hope you all stay well.
You too.
Thank you, Michael.
Bye.
You too, Michael.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care.
This is the chairman again. Our next one is listed at 240 Wyndham Falls.
John, Chairman,
Yes,
Wyndham Falls withdrew their appeal today.
okay. Good to know.
And the next appellant has not logged in yet. You do have time to deliberate on the two K Brother properties if you would like to.
I think we should do that. Okay, let's deliberate on 399 Benham Road.
If you have any questions for me, Mary Gardner, please let me know.
You will do that. All right.
I do, but anybody else want to jump in first?
You'll make
Mary?
one.
It's John. So is there some standard methodology? I mean, I know they use this software program. It seems to me like Don's point about, I don't believe personally there's any way you could build that for that cost in this area at this time. But be that as it may, is there some standard methodology or protocols associated with this as far as cost approach? I think his value is way low, but
Yes, and he is using one of the national cost
Right.
manuals. Our contractors typically use Marshall and Swift, which Michael
Right.
mentioned.
right,
And the depreciation is based on the appraiser's opinion of condition of the building, age of the building, and has anything been done to extend the life of the building since the time that it was built.
right.
So depreciation is often something that is really in the eye of the appraiser and, debated often.
Right. And
I didn't.
as far as the functionality though, like Don's point, I thought was well taken in terms of how much that lends itself to the functionality is subject to debate. Because, you may be generating just as much or more income than you were when the building was new. I mean, I'm not really sure how you can just take that approach that because it's depreciated for 40 some odd years that it's worth, over $200,000 less than what we have it at, but.
Yes, he's basically saying that it is 33% good. So he's applied a depreciation of 77%. Our number is a little flipped. We say it's 86% good.
Right.
So,
Yeah, we're off by, $250,000 on
yeah,
the building.
unless I'm misinterpreting his math here, which I could be.
Well, I mean, he just used a bunch of generic terms to describe the physical attributes of the building. There was nothing really specific to it, so I don't understand all that depreciation. I mean, I don't see any permits for a new roof or anything else, but I can't believe that that's the original roof from 1978.
This is the chairman. On the property card I'm looking at, there was permit information, under permit information. Over the last 4 years, there's been various upgrades to electrical, the sign, exterior plywood, fuel, dispensing.
Yeah.
I assume that's to do with the pumps, all since 2016. So there has been upgrades to it in the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, the fuel and the sign, I think that's gonna come under personal property, John. I don't think that's part of the actual real estate per se.
That's true. The pumps and the sign would be considered personal property. The canopy, the concrete cap to the gas tanks, the holding tanks, paving, parking area, and the building would be considered real estate.
Okay.
Like I said, I just can't believe that that's the original roof and no upgrades have been made to it.
No,
Well,
there-
again, this is Mary speaking. Our building permits in the record go back to, technically they go back to about 2000, 2001. And that's if we data enter the building permits, which we typically data enter them all. Lynn, do you have anything over there for roof or?
No, I'm looking at signs in 2004.
Okay.
well,
This is Mary. I do think, Lynn, did they put a new canopy in recently?
Yeah, they took, yes.
Okay, so I think new canopies were installed in maybe 2016 or 17. I remember doing the field work for that.
Yeah, replace fuel dispensing, piping,
Yeah.
and canopy, concrete putting pads.
Okay, so they also replaced some of the piping to the gas tanks on some of the pads.
how about any history on appeals? Have they come to, I don't,
2011, no change.
Did you hear that, John?
2011, no change. Do you know, Lynn, or you have that available, like what they came in at? Did they say this, basically adopt the same strategy? as to the-
I do not remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Mary, could you back up just one notch here and give a little bit of an explanation of why these people are allowed to use the cost approach instead of the income approach? I'm sure we have lots of these little mom and pop places around town. Are these the only ones? Are these two the only ones that are considered, by cost approach?
Well, I do notice on our record, we also use the cost approach.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Is that typical, Mary, for owner occupied businesses, would you say?
I don't necessarily think so, no. I don't think it's typical whether it's owner occupied or not, because we do the revaluations every 5 years. And if it's what we considered an income producing property, we would use the income approach. Sometimes you try to use cost for other reasons, but
But
and
they
I'm not
haven't,
sure if we used the cost in the prior reval, but we apparently did for the 2016 revaluation here.
Mary, just as Jim again, is it up to the assessor to which approach you use, or is it up to the appellant or the owner?
So when we hire a revaluation firm, we have 13,000 accounts in Groton. We talk in general terms, and there are plenty of times where we talk specifically about certain properties. Ultimately, it's the assessor's choice, yes. But
Okay, fine. So we didn't tell the appellant that it's really not in his hands as to how this calculation was going to be made. Shouldn't we tell him that?
I'm sorry, say that again, Jim?
If it's your choice the big picture is how this accounting is going to be done, it's your choice. It's not his choice. But in this case, this case is a little weird because you apparently found that it was the cost approach was actually better for the town. So this is a little unusual, but under normal circumstances, if it's a business and an income producing property, you would probably start with the income approach. And if you like that, then that's where you keep it. If the cost approach does a little better for the town, then you may switch to that. I'm thinking that's the way it works. But
That's true. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that go into why we use whichever of the three approaches we choose to use.
Right.
And it can be unique to that particular property. We're trying to get to a number that makes sense for that property based on its location, its size, and the other factors that go into trying to come up with a value.
Okay, but it's really up to the assessor to make that determination. You say there's three methods and you get to choose.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for saying that. That helps to clear things up. And then
All right.
it sounds as though, and this just so it's clear in my head, in this particular case, you used the cost approach. So we're debating over whether their calculation for cost approach was better than yours. And that's the debate.
Yes, Jim.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. That helps to clear it up. Okay, I'm good.
So Mary and John, Chairman, John, I mean, I did allude to the fact that presumably this K group paid $1 million for this building in 2007. So they're saying it's worth less than $600,000 now in total, which is quite a significant depreciation overall, the value of the business. Never mind the 77% depreciation they applied just to the building. So I don't know where the final number should be. It's certainly not where they're at, in my opinion. Because obviously somebody thought it was worth enough money 13 years ago to pay $1 million for it. And I have no idea what the income generation is, the revenue and all that, but that's a 40% drop in the overall value. I don't think that's realistic. But
Say, John, I think I'm getting confused again. I think Mary just told us that it has nothing to do with the business. It's just the property. The cost approach is,
well, Mary's saying that's the approach they're taking. That's the approach we took, and that's the
Yeah,
approach they're taking with respect
Right.
to, how the town valued it. I get that, but I'm just saying more generically, stepping back, they're not arguing about the land. They're just arguing about the value of the building. And I think 77% depreciation
yeah,
is pretty extreme. But
right.
furthermore, overlaying that, the idea is they paid $1 million. Now, how they apportion the value back when they spend $1 million on it, and you just look at the total number, it's, assuming the land is worth what it was worth, because they're not arguing about the land, they're arguing about the business. So I'm saying that, it doesn't make sense to me that they're saying the overall value is down 40% from what they paid 13 years ago, irrespective of how you apply it. So it's just more of a kind of a stepping back more globally. But I think, I don't think, like Don said, I don't think you can, that's a drastic depreciation of the building. And I think it doesn't consider the viability of the business. I have no idea what their numbers are for transactions and how much income they generate and all that. So not having that, I'm more amenable to just going with the town's number, or at least something closer to the town's number than certainly their number.
Well, I'm in agreement with John Piacenza because, like you said, back in what, 03, they paid $1 million.
07.
07,
07,
okay.
13
07,
years
they paid
ago,
$1 million.
$1 million.
And the land has not depreciated.
No, it hasn't.
If anything, it's appreciated. So,
Right.
so you're telling me that it's worth, right now, it's worth half of what you paid back in 2007?
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
all
they're saying-
depreciation on that building? There's just no way.
You're right. It's 578 total value. They're not arguing the land value. So
Right.
from $1 million. So it's, it's over 60% depreciation overall. And, there could be some legitimate depreciation on the building. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look that bad to me, but, at least from the pictures that Mary's provided. So, or Lynn, whomever. And so I don't know. And they appealed back in 2011. There was no change, and they haven't appealed since. So that makes me additional information. It makes me look at this a little askance. I'm saying, why all of a sudden they're coming in like gangbusters saying it's worth, $250,000 less. And they haven't done anything on this in 8 years. So I don't know. I mean, we could perhaps talk about maybe some, you know, some depreciation and maybe how that affects the overall price, but certainly not dropping it $250,000. I think that's extreme and not warranted. So.
Well, if the condition of the building is B+, I mean, that shows very little depreciation.
John, may I
Right.
step in here for a minute? This is Mary. The grade of the building you're talking about is B+. That was, at the time of construction, the quality of construction that was used. That's not a reflection of today's condition. That's a
Oh,
statement of
okay.
the actual quality of construction during the time that it was built.
So it was built to last.
For 1978, the appraiser at the time felt that that was a B+ grade building in 1978, which doesn't mean it's what modern convenience stores look like today, not to be compared to them.
No, but we're not comparing them to today's convenience stores like the one at Cumberland Farms, are we? We're just talking about the value of this structure.
That's true.
This is the chairman. Is anybody prepared to make a motion at the moment?
I make a motion for no change.
Please state your name when you make a motion.
Oh, this is Don Marchand. I make a motion for no change.
This is the chairman. Do we have a second?
Sure. Jim?
This is the chairman. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, so that's 4 ayes. That's unanimous. Okay. Shall we go on to 551 Route 12? Seems to me that this is the very similar or same situation. So, anybody have any opinions?
This is Don Marchand. Again, I think he's putting, the appraiser is putting too much weight on the depreciation.
Yeah, right. He's underestimating the value of the building. Say, Don, when you make your motion, could you add a little more to it as to why we are voting against this guy? Because that'll help me when we come up with the notes as to why we didn't like it. And if it's because we disagree with his value of the building and based on his depreciation factors.
This is the chairman. That makes sense to me to have some little blurb.
And he made a good presentation. His opinion is just different than ours. And I think that's fine. I think if that's what we should say. I thought he made his paperwork, everything looks fine to me. It looks great, except that he just exaggerates the amount of depreciation of this property.
I think he's just using IRS guidelines for accounting purposes for his depreciation. I don't think he's.
No, you're right. I think he is, but I think that's irrelevant. I think you're absolutely right. Of course, I think he is using IRS style thinking, but that doesn't apply here.
Well, that's my contention, right?
Right.
Because it certainly doesn't reflect the condition of the building.
Right. Okay, I think I think we're all in agreement that, I think what we're doing is okay, is fine. If we just make just a brief statement that the board did not find his argument persuasive because of the exaggerated loss in value of the property.
This is the chairman. Would you like to make that a motion,
Well,
Jim?
I just want to see something in there to, again, remind us of this discussion we went through, and they say he made a good point. We think he exaggerated the depreciation, the value of the property, and because of his depreciation numbers and cost to replace it. And it's just we think our opinion's better. And
Okay, what's the best way to word that if you're making it a motion for no change?
well, yeah, help me put in some words there, because I think we understand and we all agree with what needs to be there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the easy words are.
Well, we find the appellant to be non-persuasive, and due to an exaggerated amount of depreciation that the appellant allowed for the property.
Hey, John, this is John. Are you looking for a motion on this Route 12 property, or just looking for a motion to clarify the verbiage we're using?
Both.
Both?
Yes.
So-
Yeah, we haven't really voted on this one yet, but I guess.
No, we haven't, but
So I think my thought is that it's appropriate. We may need this again, and this is a situation that's probably going to pop up again. And so it's appropriate not to just say no change, and I don't think we shouldn't do that. I believe we should have an opinion, have a reason. And I think the reason is we found the appellant's non-persuasive due to his exaggeration of the depreciation of the property.
Yeah, we were not in agreement of his depreciation schedule.
Right. So, and I think the word non-persuasive, it works for me. That's very common in technical discussions like this. So if you say we found that the board found this, how about this? The board found the appellant's suggestion non-persuasive due to the exaggeration of the depreciation he used of the value of this property.
all right, hey, Mary?
Yes, John.
Yeah, just for, I guess, administrative housekeeping. So we're trying to develop a motion here regarding the exact verbiage we should use with respect to both these properties, actually, but we already voted on one. So are we going to say we're going to adopt a motion whereby we explain a little bit better, a little bit more detail why we're voting against something, and say this also applies to the first property we voted on, or what? I'm just
You
not sure
can
what-
make, yes, John, you can make that part of your motion. It will be in the minutes.
Okay,
So if it refers back to you can't really go back and change the motion that you've already
right.
made, seconded, and approved, but you can certainly make a comment in the body of this motion that refers back to the first motion.
All right.
But I don't know if anyone has actually made a motion yet.
No, I don't think so. So Jim, are you formulating a motion?
Well, I
regarding
think
the verbiage?
I said the words that I like a couple of times now. Just the board found the
We weren't
appellant
persuaded.
non-persuasive because of the exaggerated depreciation of the property.
Okay.
Well, this is the chairman. I'll make that a motion for no change based on Jim's verbiage.
Okay, I second that motion. It's John
That's John second.
John Piacenza.
John P.
And if we want to add, I think if we want to add to that this also applies to the other property presented by the same appellant.
Right. So we have to vote on that, right?
Okay, this is the chairman again. All those in favor?
John Parfit, this is Mary. Did someone second the motion?
Yes, John Piacenza.
John P. did.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 All those opposed? So carried unanimously.
So is Lynn okay with that? She's captured all that?
She is very busy typing, yes.
Okay, good. All right. I just want to make sure we're not confusing her or getting ahead of her or whatever.
What do you think, Lynn? Do you,
Yeah, the board found the appellant to be non-persuasive due to the exaggeration of the amount of depreciation to apply to the building.
and then you make a mention that this also applies
Applies.
to
It's all,
prior.
And this applies to the previous property
Okay,
yeah.
also.
okay.
Thank you.
Your next appellant is going to be Mark Nickel from Sunrun Inc., but he is not dialed in yet.
All right, this is the chairman. Lynn, I got your email on the, let's see, what was it there? Because they appealed before based on the fact that this is in litigation, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay, I'm assuming then that this verbiage
Okay.
would probably apply to the next appellant because it's also fuel cell stuff.
Oh,
This is in litigation, correct?
same.
I know. So this is Mary speaking. The next two appellants, the town is involved in litigation. They are here to make their appeal just like any other appellant. You will hear their appeals just like any other appellant on today's schedule or any of the other schedules.
Okay, so I guess we'll wait till they dial in or Sunrun.
Yes, John. Mr. Nickel has not called in yet.
Mary, did you say that 425 Drodzik is not going to appeal?
This is Mary speaking. Yes, that's correct. They withdrew their appeal today.
Okay, withdrawn. Okay.
Was that based on, they didn't realize that there's 4 additional units?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not bothering me. Is it bothering you?
Mary, we've had situations where the appellant is already in court and we have, I think we just say we didn't vote or we've voted no change, one or the other. I can't remember which.
Typically, you would vote for no change. A lot of times, this is the appellant just trying to amend their complaint with the court to add the next grand list year onto the court case.
Okay. All right.
And I think, okay. Then we have someone named Kate Boucher. Is she any related to? Okay. So, folks, okay, she's here. She has an authorized individual. Okay, your next appellant is here. Let me bring them online, please.
Okay.
Hello,
Ms.
good
Boucher,
afternoon.
are you there?
I am
Yes.
here.
Chairman, this is your next appellant. This is for Sunrun, and this is Catherine
Boucher.
Boucher. Thank you. And she is an authorized agent.
All right, good afternoon, Catherine. This is
Afternoon.
the chairman, John Parfit. You'll hear me as referred to as the chair because we have another board member named John, so just so you'll know.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, your hearing is with the Board of Assessment Appeals. The board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers of the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibit you submit will become part of the permanent record, and you will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with the Superior Court. And now it's your turn. Tell us what you got.
Sure. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kate Boucher. I'm an attorney appearing on behalf of Sunrun. This relates to the assessment of approximately 14 solar systems that are installed on residential properties in Groton. Sunrun provided, as part of its appeal, a detailed written package for the board's consideration, but I will briefly summarize it for you and make myself available for questions. So first, we are arguing that solar systems are exempt under Connecticut law. There's two bases for that. The first is if they meet 4 criteria. This is under General Statutes 128157 parens A. These solar systems at issue today meet all 4 of these criteria. Number 1, they are class 1 renewable energy sources. 2, they are installed for the generation of electricity for private residential use. They were installed after October 1st, 2007, and they are used by single or multifamily dwellings. Those are the 4 criteria in the statute. The fact that these solar systems are connected to the Eversource grid does not disqualify them. Not the fact that the residential homeowner leases or owns the solar system does not matter for these cases. They should be considered exempt just by the 4 criteria of the statute. Secondly, there's a related statute that we are arguing, even if they don't meet that first statute, they are exempt under this statute. That's the commercial solar exemption. Again, that statute has 4 criteria. These systems meet all 4 criteria. They are class 1 renewable energy sources installed for the generation of electricity for commercial or industrial purposes after January 1st, 2014. And for all of these systems, the nameplate capacity does not exceed the load at that location. That basically means that these systems are not oversized to overproduce. All of our solar systems meet those criteria as well. Finally, we are arguing that the board should grant the exemption here because the systems that date back to 2015 and 2016 were previously considered exempt. I believe there are 4 or 5 systems that were previously considered exempt. The circumstances around those systems haven't changed. None of those systems have been altered. So we're arguing that the previous exemption should be reinstated under the continuing exemption clause and the uniformity clause. So that is my summary of what we've provided, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, this is the chairman. Does anybody have any questions?
Hey, okay, just a few more details. Do you own all these solar panels or does the homeowner own them?
I believe some of them are leased and some of them are owned.
Okay, so both, all right.
Right. The important thing, though, is that is not a definitive criteria for the statute in terms of how they should be assessed.
Right.
This is the chairman. Anybody else have anything? Okay.
I don't have anything at the moment.
All right, and you are still under litigation in the court system right now, is that correct?
Yes, obviously, the case has been effectively suspended for COVID-19, but the case remains pending.
Okay, what do you mean by suspended?
So there just aren't superior court operations happening right now.
Okay, I understand.
That's the extent of it. Once
Which is why we were meeting like this.
also.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions. No other member of the board has any further questions. What I'm going to do is make a motion for no change based on the fact that the exemption of solar units is currently under litigation, and that any decision by the BAA would complicate the decision rendered by the courts. Is there a second?
I second. Don Marchand.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention, hearing nothing. No other things here. It's unanimous for no change. And Catherine, I wish you well in your ventures up in the court system there.
Thank you very much. I do want to say this was very smooth and very easy, so thank you for being willing to do it through Zoom.
We aim to please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Kathy.
Have a good afternoon.
Bye.
You too. Bye
I
now.
know.
This is Mary speaking. I just think that in your packet, you were originally sent one application for the Sunrun accounts. The Senior Tax Council was kind enough to send 4 other applications because there are 5 accounts. And I believe your motion took into consideration all 5 accounts. I just wanted to clarify that there are actually 5 accounts that this motion is covering.
Yes, I see it here with the 5 accounts. Can we have that added in, the 5 counts to the whole motion? Without making another motion?
Once a motion is made and seconded and approved, we don't change it, but what we'll do, Chairman, is we'll add all 5 unique ID numbers to the end of the discussion paragraph, so they'll all be covered.
That'll work, thank you.
Well,
This is an FYI, it's John Piacenza. Jim, to your question, if you look on the spreadsheet that's part of the package for the 14 locations, it indicates on the spreadsheet that they're all leased.
Okay, I thought I heard her say that some were
Well,
on.
she did because you asked the question, but I think at least, unless I'm missing something, it looks like they're all leased.
Uh-huh.
There's a spreadsheet in there that lists the property location.
Okay, that's good. No, this thing seems kind of confusing to me. It seems like she has a very good case, and I don't know why we're fighting it, but I'm just a little confused at the big picture here.
This is the chairman, Jim, that's because it's already in the court system.
Oh, yeah, I understand. No, that I understand.
Yeah, so-
Oh, yeah. No, that, this has nothing to do with the court. It just seems that this is a very practical, appropriate way for people to get electricity to their houses, and that's the government of Connecticut is sort of in favor of it, or has been. The U.S. government is. So I just kind of don't understand where, if it's a technicality that is going to be debated in court, or if there's some change in the general desire to have houses hook up to solar power. Anyway, never mind. If it's a big question. Maybe we can't answer it.
Yeah, this is the chairman, I don't have that answer. I don't know where the answer is going to be had, but okay. So I guess we'll wait for the next one.
This is Mary speaking. The next is Groton Fuel Cell 1 LLC at 320. They have not dialed in yet.
Okay. We will be waiting.
Mayor, we've got some time. Perhaps you could, you sent along a decision that I not qualified to read carefully. So can you tell me what this is all about?
Are you talking about fuel cell?
This is, let me just get a second here. This is a, yeah, the general, you sent along general statute. And I think, let's see. And I think that there is, does this mean there has been some sort of a decision or what?
Jim, I'm still a little confused. Are you speaking about the next appeal?
Yeah, this is, I'm not sure if you can see that, but can you see that?
Okay.
That's what you sent us. I presume that relates to this appeal.
That was part of the package that the appellant provided to the board.
Okay, so what does it mean?
That is,
And does this influence our decision? Or if the case is already closed and the decision has been done, then where does that leave us?
that is a Connecticut Siding Council decision. That's a document that indicates a decision that the Connecticut Siding Council made, but I don't have that document in front of me, but I know about what it is. That is not, it's been submitted to the lawsuit as an exhibit, but you can't tie that to the fact that we're in court. It's part of it, but it's not a decision that you're thinking of or that it sounds like you're referring to.
No, I thought it sort of sounded like the whole thing was over and done, but it's not. It's still in
No,
court.
it has not been adjudicated, Jim.
Okay, that's fine. This is not the same as the last guy. This is a different technology than roof panel solar system. This is not the same thing. So they're really two completely different subjects. But
That is correct.
But the answer to the question, I think, is this one is still in court and it's being deliberated, and we'll have the same answer as we had last time. Basically, is that we'll go no change because it's in court.
Mary, I've got a question. I'm looking at the assessment between last year and this year. Why the drastic change?
This is Mary. We decided to use the number that they provided on the tax exempt application as the value.
Okay,
We have not received a declaration this year.
okay. Now, the value that they supplied, did they have any backup documentation for it?
No,
That's just the number that they gave us with no documentation.
correct.
Okay.
This is the chairman, Mary.
Yes,
On the paperwork I got here for Thames Street LLC and Groton Fuel Cell, it says, are they both confirmed or not?
yes. Lynn says yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Mary, it's John P.
I'm also John P.
John,
I guess I'm
we
John
planned-
C.
we planned it that way. Mary, the statute that Attorney Boucher alluded to, I read through the statutes a few days ago, but does that encompass the fuel cell technology?
Yes, it is the same statute they're both referring to.
Okay, I thought so.
Your next appellant is here, so if you are ready, I will bring her on board.
I am ready.
Good afternoon, Carrie, are you there?
Oh, yes, I don't know if my client is joining us. Let me just see.
Then I will keep an eye open, and if they do, I can turn on their microphone and allow them to speak with you.
Okay, and I do believe that Joe is going to be joining us as well. I think we were scheduled for 3:20, right? Let me just.
Correct.
Okay. How are you all holding up in this virtual world?
As good as can be expected.
Yeah.
So Jennifer Arasimowitz is coming online.
Great.
So to the board members, she is the she's corporation counsel for Fuel Cell Energy. Jennifer, are you there? So Carrie,
Yep, I'm still here.
Jennifer doesn't appear to be speaking, but she maybe just loaded up another phone number, 860-977-4313. Does that sound familiar?
No, but that doesn't mean anything.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your
Attorney Arasimowitz, are you there?
participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Let me try email you.
Jennifer, can you hear us?
She says she's trying to get in. Yeah, she said 3:20. Joe said, I'm trying to get in now.
Okay.
So
So I don't know whose phone number this is. The 79774313.
why would there be a number? I guess I'm not an expert on this Zoom stuff.
It's me.
Oh, the 977 number would be Joe. That's his cell phone.
Okay, so I will allow Joe to talk. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Joe Draco.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, sorry for the technical difficulties.
Oh, you're on speaker, or if you have your computer audio on, you should turn it off.
I turned off my speaker. Is that better?
No, you're reverberating. Are you using your computer or are you using your cell phone?
I'm just using my cell phone.
Oh, that sounds better.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And Jennifer, you're there?
Can you hear me now, Carrie?
I can. All right.
Hooray. I was muted by the host, and I had to dial in by phone because I could not get computer audio to work.
Okay. Well, I'm told phone audio is better anyway, but.
Okay.
Okay, Mary, we're good.
Hi. Turn it over to the chairman now.
Hello, this is John Parfit, the chairman of the board. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is Jennifer.
I'm Jennifer. That was Mary speaking.
Okay, your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers of the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record, and you will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. And with that said, tell us what you have.
All right. Well, John, this is Carrie Olson. I'll start.
Okay.
Attorney with Martha Kleina. We represent Fuel Cell Energy. The BAA appeal before you today is actually a claim that the fuel cell is tax exempt pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 128157. I did provide to Mary yesterday copies of what I think are the relevant statutes for explaining to you why we believe the fuel cell should be exempt. I'm sure you're probably aware that there is pending litigation on this very subject matter as well, notwithstanding a new year has come through, a new valuation notice has come through, which starts our need to appeal over again to address that. So before you, I believe you should have not only our application, but yesterday I provided a copy of the PURA decision, PURA being the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority from the state of Connecticut. And as you can see, this is based on docket number 160929, which was the application of Groton Fuel Cell for qualification of the fuel cell that's at issue in this appeal to be deemed a Class 1 renewable energy source. And this docket was opened in 2016. And as you can see on December 7, 2016, that PURA did render a decision approving this fuel cell as a Class 1 renewable energy source. And the reason this is so relevant is because it relates directly to the statute that we are of the opinion grants a full exemption to this fuel cell from property tax. If you look at the statute, which is 128157, the relevant provision that applies to this fuel cell is found under subsection D, which I have highlighted in yellow for you. And it states that for assessment years commencing on and after October 1, 2014, any class 1 renewable energy source as defined in section 16-1, that's the first parameter, that is for commercial or industrial purposes, that's the second factor, and the nameplate capacity of such source or facility does not exceed the load for the location where the generation or displacement is located, or the aggregated load, for any class 1 renewable energy source that's participating in a net metering, which is not relevant here, again, shall be exempt from property taxes. So as to the first criterion, which is that it be a class 1 renewable energy source, as I indicated earlier, we've provided you with the Pura decision, clearly finding that it is one. And I would also point out that this provision refers to Connecticut General Statute 16-1 to further establish whether it's a class 1 renewable energy source. And I have provided you with that statute as well. And you can see in the very first sentence of the definition of a class 1 renewable energy source is the inclusion of fuel cells. The second criterion is that it be for commercial or industrial purposes. In this case, the fuel cell supports the Pfizer campus located in the city of Groton. And number 3, the nameplate capacity of such source or facility can't exceed the load. And that has not been in question, and we've provided all the documentation to the town to establish that we are not exceeding our load. So for those reasons, we feel that we are unequivocally eligible for the exemption provided under 128157. Now, I know that the town has taken the position that the fuel cell is a co-generator and therefore is only eligible for exemption if the town adopts an ordinance under 128163. We disagree for a number of reasons. The first being that although the fuel cell does produce both electricity and heat, that is a function of all fuel cells. In other words, all fuel cells produce the byproduct of heat in creating the electricity. This fuel cell is equipped with a if you will, for lack of a better phrase, a recapture system that grabs that heat that would normally be dissipated into the air and makes use of it. As we have explained in the past, it's important that everybody understand that all fuel cells are effectively co-generators because they produce this byproduct, but not all co-generators are fuel cells. So with that in mind, I would like to point out that 128157 in its original form was adopted in 1977. At that time, there was no such thing as fuel cells. In 1981, the legislature adopted 128163 that dealt with cogeneration systems. Again, at that point, fuel cells were not a separate identified class 1 renewable energy source. And I would point out that the history indicates that 128163 was created as a permissive avenue for municipalities to grant exemption to co-generators that did not meet the then terms of 128157. So again, 128163 was never intended to usurp or undermine the exemption under 128157, but to provide towns with an opportunity to give tax exemption to those types of solar and other renewable energy sources that didn't meet the then existing terms of 128157. As I pointed out, there's been a number of iterations of 128157 since then, with the inclusion in 1998 of the class of renewables called Class 1 renewable energy sources. And in particular, with respect to this fuel cell, subsection B, which again came into being on or after October 1, 2014. So our position is that 128157, if you meet the parameters, you are entitled to the exemption, regardless of 128163, which would allow the town to adopt ordinances for other types of cogeneration systems that do not meet the provisions of 128157. So that's effectively the crux of our argument. We feel, again, the legislative history and all the documentation that we have provided to the town substantiates that. As I said, I'm sure you're aware that there's ongoing litigation on this issue, but we're nonetheless hoping we can compel a different result today. So I don't know if you have any questions. Jennifer is on the phone in part because I am not an engineer or an expert on fuel cells. So you very well may have some questions for her about some of the statements that I've made here today that she is really in the best position to answer.
All right, this is the chairman back again. Does anybody have any other questions on the board?
I don't have any. This is Don Marchand.
Carrie, we've heard appeals from this group before, from your group.
Yeah.
That was over the last couple of years.
Mhm.
Is the system up and running and operating the way you expected it to?
I'll let Jennifer, it has been running since October, late October 2016. And whether it's been operating as it's supposed to, I'm gonna have to defer to Jennifer.
Hi, it is. Carrie's correct. It's been operating since late October of 2016, supplying electricity and steam to the Pfizer campus.
What's the percentage of each?
I believe the electrical load at the Pfizer campus is 14 megawatts. This installation is 5.6. So it's providing a fraction of Pfizer's electrical load. I'm not exactly sure what their steam requirements are, but they do have, they still continue to run their boilers on campus, their old steam system as well. So again, this is a supplement. It's not providing everything that they need.
I was curious about the ratio for your particular unit. How much of it is electric and how much of it is steam? Is it 50-50 or 60-40 or?
I'm having a little bit of a struggle answering that because it's not a ratio of outputs. In generating electricity, it's primarily an electrical generation apparatus, but the byproducts of that process are water, a little bit of CO2, and it's hot water that we then put into a heat recovery steam generator, which turns the hot water into steam. So it's not like you turn down electricity and turn up steam. It's just a byproduct of the electrical generating process. But the primary output is electricity.
Okay, so you don't really call it it's not really deemed a cogen plant like a, typical gas-fired cogen plant.
No.
You've got a waste heat boiler.
Correct. It's a fuel cell, and I'll point out that it's cited by the Siting Council as a fuel cell, and the Siting Council does not have jurisdiction over cogenerators less than 25 megawatts. So if it were a cogenerator, it would not have been subject to the Siting Council jurisdiction. It would not have been cited by the Siting Council.
Gotcha. Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would just like to add that the only reason we're talking about it in a cogeneration sense is because 128163, on which the town has focused, has a definition of cogeneration that at the time, although it would not have included fuel cells because they didn't exist, if you take it at its face value, is very broad and arguably could cover a system, energy system that has a byproduct. And that's under, and again, you have it in front of you, 128163 subsection B. And I think that's where the town has sort of glommed onto the notion that this byproduct creates a cogeneration system and requires an ordinance. And again, we disagree, first of all, that the ordinance is required, and second of all, that the fuel cell is not already exempt under 8157. So subsection 63 just does not apply.
Got it. Got it. Yeah, the cogen plants that I'm familiar with are all designed in the traditional fashion where you burn fuel and you either make heat for Manhattan or you make electricity for Manhattan, one or the other, and your customer decides how much of this and how much of that. But that's not the case that you have at all. It's just waste heat.
Exactly.
You are precisely correct, yes.
Okay.
And it's like, you know, the big turbines you see on Hartford Hospital, those are cogenerators, because they, as you pointed out, they'll do one or the other or both. It's a different animal completely.
Right.
They're designed to generate more than one source.
Oh yeah, no, they're really designed to be cogen. It sounds like you just have a waste heat boiler, which is that's not quite the same thing.
Yes.
In fact, you could disconnect the waste heat boiler and then this issue would just disappear. You could just turn the valve off.
Exactly. Otherwise.
Correct.
Right.
Carrie, but that would turn energy policy in the state of Connecticut on its head, because the idea is to be more efficient and get the most bang for your buck out of a BTU of gas, as opposed to just wasting it into the atmosphere.
Right. Okay.
This is the chairman again. Does anybody else have any questions? Hearing nothing, I am going to make a motion for no change based on the fact that the exemption of solar units is currently under litigation and that any decision by the BAA would complicate the decision rendered by the courts. Do I have a second?
Second, John.
That's okay. Mr. Piazenza. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor? Say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any nay? Okay, that's unanimous, no change. Okay, I'd like to thank you for appealing. You enlightened me.
Thank you for your time and your
Thank
consideration.
you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jen, give me a call.
This is Mary speaking. Your next appeal, John Rondeau, is in the waiting room.
All right, if you give me a moment, please.
Sure.
Got to find his paperwork. There we go.
Jim, good job with clarifying that.
Well, no, it's my personal opinion. I work with cogen plants. I know what they're all about.
I mean,
And,
yeah.
you know, it's example I was using for her is the one that supplies power to, Wall Street, basically.
Right.
But that's exactly how they work. They're meant to generate heat, but they're
Right.
also, you can also take that steam and turn a generator, and you have a choice. Con Ed decides, well, we need electricity today, or we need steam today.
Right.
But really, from what the description of the fuel cell, it's just waste heat that they found a way to take advantage of.
Right.
And I think that's kind of a good thing. I mean, they could turn it off. They could turn the steam generator part off because it's waste, and it wouldn't, that heat would just go into the environment. So I don't know what that means in terms of the legalities of it, but it seems to me that their argument's pretty good. And this is not a cogen plant at all. It's just waste heat. Anyway, thank you.
So John, this is Mary. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Chairman.
I am ready.
Hello?
Mr. Rondo?
Yeah, hello?
Hello.
Hi. You have myself and my wife, Shelby Rondo.
I'll turn this over to the chairman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, this is John Parfit. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'll be known as the chairman because we have another John on the board. And you're here with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. Okay, now tell us all about what you have, please.
Okay, Nathan?
Yeah, go
Do
ahead.
it. Hi, John. My name is Shelby Rondo. I'm John's wife. I have the information here. So we purchased the property in 2013 for $160, and it was assessed at that time around $152. It was reassessed again in 2016 for $151, and then we just got this current one that went, I'm sorry, from 2018 to 2019, it went up to $448,980. So it was almost a tripling of it. So that's pretty drastic. So we're wondering, I guess, where that number came from. Because when we look at the prior property records, the cards, they show the 151, 152 range. And, you know, we have some reasons, obviously, why we think it should not be at the 448. But we were curious as to how that number tripled, I guess.
So this is Mary Gardner. I'm the assessor. I think the board will probably defer this answer to me. So good afternoon, Shelby.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
We're hanging in there.
So we performed a revaluation in Groton in 2016. And at that time, we changed the method used for waterfront property. In the past, we had basically come up with a value on waterfront based on the size of the lot. With the 2016 revaluation, we decided to consider a linear foot method, and we mapped out all the different types of water in the town, whether it's BB Cove, shallow water, or Mystic River, deep water, in your case, Thames River, usually steep embankment with, you know, little deep water. What we noticed in 2017 on your property at 85 Thames Street was that we missed the linear foot value as being applied to this lot value. So we corrected the account in 2018 and added 170 linear feet of waterfront, which brought your land value from 144,300 to 569,300, and then it carried forward to this year.
So an additional 170 linear feet was added?
No, you have 170 feet on the river.
Yeah, 165.
Yes. So
Minus.
the way we built the land value structure in 2016 was to have a base lot value, which is just based on the neighborhood of the property. And we would add an additional value based on the frontage of available frontage on whatever body of water it is. A lot of times we will see real estate ads that say 40 feet on the Mystic River, you know, deep river dock, 50 feet on Long Island Sound. It's very much a marketable asset to have linear foot of water. And the more linear foot, typically the higher value, the more you can do with that. It gets to a point where if you have a lot that has 1,000 feet of linear foot, then we have to make adjustments because that would just be too high of a land value. But there was a value basically missed on your lot for the 2016 grand list where the linear foot measurement had not been added to your record. It should have been, it was not. So it was missed, and then it was added in 2017.
Okay, so we, there's a few issues kind of that I have with that, just questions, I guess. The lot is long and thin, so from front to back, it's very small, and then there's a huge steep embankment, which takes up a good majority of it. So in the appraisals that we've had done, one of the things that decreased the value was the steep access, number one. Number two, that we granted an easement to the town right after we bought the property for a very, very large drain that takes up over 1,700 square feet of land and is about 20 feet wide, just the drain itself, plus any land on the opposite side of the drain that's now not usable for us because of that. So I just wanted to make sure that those are taken into consideration because it did make a big chunk of our property unusable.
So,
and the appraisal that we had done, the one in 2013 when we bought the property came in at 170, and that was prior to the easement. And they did at the time take the waterfront value into account.
this is Mary speaking again.
Yeah.
The board members do have a copy of the easement map that was acquired by the city of Groton for this property. They have that in their packet. And the Rice Appraisal Company, what we have in the packet is the statement that says the property was appraised at $170,000 in 2013, which is a couple of years before our reval in 2016.
Yeah.
So I'm going to turn it back over. If you have any, go ahead if you have any more questions for me.
Yeah, we also spent some time looking at the valuations on other properties down the street, and they just don't seem to fall into line with ours. I mean, ours, you can drive by and go sit in our parking lot and look at our lot. If you would like to pay us $641,000 for that property, we'll take it today.
We'll take it today from anyone that wants to buy it for $600,000, we're willing to sell it to you.
You know, the one just down the street from us, that's a larger lot that has a boat launch and full walking access to the water. It's not a steep incline. They were appraised. When I looked it up, it looked like they were at $358,300 for the land.
So that, let me just interrupt you. That's 107 Thames Street.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep. Very good. Thank you.
And then we also looked at Groton Oil, which is right next door to us, that has, 1.5 times the land that we have. They have access again with a boat launch. They have a full marina and much better property than us, and theirs is at 348. We looked at Puffins, which was 169, and on, I could be incorrect pulling these, but when I looked online, it looked like the value of that one, which is over an acre total, was 605, and I'm looking at our little tiny rundown place that's 641.
Yeah, and not even that. Puffins is like at water level, much more usable and friendly, where we don't have that. We have an embankment and we had to give we gave 30 feet of land to the town, which now we have nasty street water dumping into the water and all down the side of our property. So it's really better that
you don't want to be next to it. You have literally about 20 feet wide that is actual, when you access with the stairs, is actually usable. We also looked at 279, which is a residential one down the street that has a nice wide lot, about the same size, a little bit bigger than our lot in acres, and that land was 139. I feel like we're way out of whack with what our property actually is.
in the property itself. Like, I guess like, you know, it's been in existence for 130, 140 years. This house has been here. So for us to like, now, I guess you guys are going to calculate things different, or say we didn't put it, you know, put the waterfront into, you know, didn't know it was on the water or didn't calculate it right. Kind of like, we just kind of blows our mind, you know? So.
So this is Mary speaking. We did provide the board also with a map with the lot sizes for the marina to the north of you and the marina to the south of you, and they also have the acreages there or the lot values there as well. And from here, I'm going to turn this over to the chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
All right, this is the chairman. Does anybody else have any particular questions?
Just one kind of a brief question, and that is, are you making any use? I see you've got a little dock there. Are you making any use of that waterfront there property?
The dock, well,
This is a long story.
this is a long story, and I'll make it really brief. So that dock has been in existence. That dock is actually called out on every single map that you could find for the Thames River. And
It's on the cover of a book.
it's on a cover of a book. It's, you know, so we've been trying to work with the DEP to have our dock repaired. That dock is over 100 years old, and before the people that are in charge of the docks and permitting of the docks,
It's not permitted.
it's not permitted because it existed before they existed. So we petitioned them multiple times, can we repair our dock? We don't want to make any adjustments or changes to it, but this dock existed before your government body existed. So can we make a repair? Then in the meantime, we've been trying to prove to them that we need pictures and stuff of this dock to prove that it existed before their organization existed, because there was some storm way back in the 30s or 20s or something that wiped out most docks in the state of Connecticut. Our dock survived that, and we're trying to get them to approve us to repair it. I cannot park a boat or a jet ski or anything there at the dock. You could walk onto it and jump into the water or something, but you can't park a boat there because the dock is,
pull it right down.
yeah, the dock is in pretty rough shape, and we'd like to have it repaired. We're trying to work with the state now. We've been working with them for a long time, but it doesn't move very fast to get an approval to just replace what was there, not to expand it or to make it bigger or smaller, just replace the piers that are there to be able to use it again as a boat dock.
Yeah, I guess the answer to the question seems to be, no, you're not making much use out of that water.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, so
we go down and sit on it, but that's about it.
that's about it. But no, yeah, sorry. Long story, but I just want to go through the kind of what we've been dealing with, trying to get just an approval to make a repair there, you know, just because the dock is so old and the property, like I said, is 130, 140 years old, you know, so.
Hey, John, this is another member, John Pearson. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Do you have any documentation to that effect, like any correspondence from the state?
We have emails.
Yeah, I have some emails I could forward along to you guys, because basically they said to me that the dock is unpermitted. You can't make a repair to it. I said, but listen, I didn't put it here. This dock is over, you know, it's original to the property. And they go, yeah.
Right.
So we found, actually last summer, we found a picture with a submarine, and we know when the submarine was built, and it's on the cover of a Groton book, and our dock is in the background, which would prove that it existed before this crazy
like
storm or something like that.
Yeah,
so,
Well, it might have been a 38 hurricane.
it might, that exactly. I think that's what that. Yes, that's correct.
Well, the dock's been around for a while.
Yeah, if you guys can help us get this permit, that would be awesome.
Because we'd like to fix the dock and use it. So
right,
it would be nice.
We don't want it to float down the river.
Yeah.
All right, this is the chairman again. Does anybody else have any other questions? Well, anyway, I have one. The embankment that goes down in the back, how far down does that go from the street level to the bottom level.
5 feet, isn't it?
I believe so. I want to say we had to have it surveyed, and when we had it surveyed, I want to say it's, or let's say roughly around 30 feet. I think it's 27 to 29 feet maybe, but we're going to say 30 feet or 27 feet. It's quite a ways down.
Right. Any idea what the pitch is, John?
Steep.
It's a goat probably would be able to pass pretty easily there, but it's
probably, if we could find that engineering
Yeah.
report that we had done.
I would say maybe 30, between 30 and 40% grade. Some is straight down, and the other parts is a little angled. Then it kind of flattens out at the very bottom where the rocks are.
We try to trim it back during the summer because it grows like crazy, and we literally have to tie ourselves off up above and kind of rappel down it. You can't
Because
just
that
walk down
it's
it.
all that sumac or
GIS.
whatever, those trees
Right.
that kind of grows there, you know.
Well, you mentioned goats. You might want to get some. I don't know.
Don't tell him that. He wants goats.
You have to have a permit for the goats, I think.
You do.
Oh, thank God.
You might get that before you get the dog.
That's right. That is probably the truest thing I've heard in about a month.
All right, this is the chairman again. Is there anything else that you think you can bring to the
No,
table
that's-
here?
That's really it, everyone. And thank you for hearing us. We appreciate it.
Okay, we'll be making a decision at one point. I think this is going to be a little more complex than to give a quick yay or nay. So you will get a notice in the mail.
Hey, John, hey, Chairman, John,
Yes.
did you want them to forward any information to you or to the assessor regarding the correspondence they have from the DEP or the survey information regarding the
Yes,
how steep the embankment is?
forward it to the assessor's office, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Yeah, this is the chairman again. It just seems like this does warrant some kind of a change, especially with that easement that the city gave. I'm just not sure which direction to really look at it unless anybody else has any suggestions.
How about this? How about we subtract the number of feet that pipe uses? Like I think she said that's about 30 feet. That brings their waterfront down a little bit. And that waterfront number is what's really killing them. Another thought is if the dock is unusable and unregistered, basically it's as far as anybody's concerned, it doesn't even exist. And we've got a value according to our property card of $10,000 for that. So it seems to me that could conceivably come off as well.
Yeah, maybe the topography influence factor.
Yeah.
is
Yeah, I
something
was thinking that as
specific
well.
to
The
look at.
grade and
But I think that the amount of footage side to side of the easement as compared to what's on the waterfront, that could be looked at.
Yeah.
There's already, yeah, we actually already have a topography reduction on the property card. So looks like that one was considered previously. But this waterfront thing, that's a killer. We see, we've had a lot of problems with that over the years. So I think if we can get a calculation of what that would reduce the value to, I'd appreciate that. If it starts out at 165 or 170, whatever that number was, minus the 30 feet, does that give them any relief at all, or is it sensible to consider it?
Would you like me to step in here, Chairman?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, Mary, please step in.
So, Jim, to be specific, are you asking that we reduce the water frontage linear foot by the 30 feet that was quoted?
Yes.
Okay, so Lynn, could you change that to 140? All right.
We'll send that change to get the money back from Mayor Hedrick.
So then you can tell the board what that drops the land value to.
So the land appraised value dropped to 494,300.
So what does the total change to, the change, it was 641. What would the new total value be?
It will be 566,400.
Okay.
The other question I have, Mary, for Mary, that's John Piacenza. What the reduction factor, I think it was 0.3 on the topography. What was that predicated upon a survey or some information you got, or just based on a reval, or?
Sometimes this is historical information that gets pushed forward from one reval to the next.
Right.
So it may have had 30% on it for some time. I'm not sure. I can't answer that off the top of my head without
Okay.
looking back at the record.
I understand. Would it, so if they do send something along, because they alluded to a survey that was done that provided some specific information regarding the slope, if you will. We could perhaps take a look at that too. I'm not sure if that's going to have any bearing on the value of it.
To be honest, I think you can probably tell a little bit from the aerial photos. And let me log back in. You can see where there is maybe a retaining wall right behind the building. You look, you do have the map in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so do you see that little light mark on the land right behind the building? It looks like a stone wall. Did you see that, Mr. Piacenza?
Not yet, but I'm going to, I think.
So I'm pulling it up on the map right now.
Okay, it's all fuzzy. It's going to be, hold on a second.
GIS stopped performing, so I had to log out. So this right here looks like a retaining wall.
Yep, I see it.
So I
very
think
clearly.
you can probably assume that the area behind it is where the
steep.
slope is.
Yep.
And if I can get these tools to line up for me, I can maybe get a measurement for you if you are interested.
Yes.
Okay. GIS is a little difficult to use these days. It's not going to be exact, but that measures out at 6,126 square feet, so 66130 acreage wise, that's 0.14 acres.
Mm-hmm.
So if you take 0.34, that would mean that's about 40% of the lot size. Chairman, I turn this back over to you.
This is the chairman. I'm not clear as to what's this giving us, or what were you asking for there, John?
Well, I was considering the slope of the property and how that would have a bearing on the value of it, in addition to what Jim mentioned about the right of way, as well as perhaps if the dock's not usable, you know, I think Jim made reference to the fact that we got a value on there for the dock. So just looking at various aspects of this to see if there's, you know, some consideration for that. It's 40% of the total lot size, I think Mary said. I can't really gauge how steep it is. They did say they had a survey done, probably on the survey. But that certainly, I think, has a bearing on the value.
So I'm trying to turn on topography, but GIS right now is not, it's not behaving properly.
I think we can guess that pretty well. If they claim it's 35-foot drop from the road to the water, that takes care of the Y. The X is going to be half of the depth of the lot. So it looks to me like, just a rough calculation, it looks like about a 45-foot angle, 45-degree angle.
That's pretty steep.
That's pretty steep.
That's real steep.
That's
Yeah.
goat territory.
That's why they were, yeah.
30 drop.
So the way to add, if you're thinking you'd like to add a little bit to that, there is an influence percentage of -5 for topography. Nothing to do with flooding, but just for topography. That's on the property card, if I'm reading it correctly. And that could be increased. That's pretty, 45 degrees is probably more than we've seen for anybody else that I can remember.
Right. Jim, my phone rang, so I had to go turn it off. I didn't hear what you said about calculating the coordinates for the
Just as a backup, it's not, we don't have the
back of
actual.
the back of the matchbook where.
We can pretty well guess that if we know that they could claim that the road, parking lot or the road, which is about the same, down to the water is about 30 feet. And I'm familiar with that area as you are, so that's probably right. And the depth of the property is probably about 60 feet, maybe, just a guess.
Mm-hmm.
Then that would mean that the angle is about 45 degrees.
Right. Okay.
So the 45 degrees, so if we start with that and say, yeah, okay, that's a pretty crazy angle. You can't really walk or use that for anything. So I think that would be the conclusion I would come to. It's not really a usable place.
She also made reference to the abutting piece of property to the north, the Groton Oil.
Yeah.
And they've got a boat launch there?
Yeah,
Is
apparently.
that correct?
Yeah, it looks like quite of a marina there, actually.
So, and how is that valued? I mean, I don't mean the methodology, but I mean, what is the value of that lot?
So
Their property value is 348. Land, just the land. Well, I think John's right. These people are kind of in a bad spot for a lot of reasons, and I think that linear footage just for some reason or other just killed them. And what surprises me is that that guy next door with the marina behind him, the place to the north that Don mentioned, that one looks like it's got about the same number of linear feet, but their property value is so much smaller. And it's actually a larger lot.
It doesn't look like it's as steep either.
And it appears to be not as, right. I think historically I think the lot with that marina, that one, the oil company, I think that's where in the 1800s, that's where the stagecoach came across the river, and it came up there rather than a steeper place. It's negotiable. You could get down to the water okay from there. And I think the boat dock and the boat ramp sort of suggested it's nowhere near as steep.
So Jim, did you ask Mary or Lynn to calculate what that would do if we?
Well, if you take off the linear footage for the pipe, that brings them down from 641 to 566.
Right. What about the influence factor though for the topography?
Well, that one you'll have to get some help on that one. The other thought that came to mind was the dock business. If you just erase the dock because it's not usable for anything, we're assessing that at $10,000. So that brings their total down to 556. And then if the influence factor went from say a -5, which it is now, to maybe a -15, we might be getting into a range where they might be happy.
Yeah.
So if we can ask our staff to help us with that, to figure out what the total price of the property would be if the influence factor were changed from -5 to -15.
Okay, so Jim, this is Mary speaking. The -5 was for the VE flood zone. The -30 was for the topography. So we can change the influence factors any way you like.
Okay. Well, I got it mixed up. It looks like the way it's written here, the 30 is for the flood zone, and 5 is for topography. The other way around.
It's the other way around.
All right. So let's say we go from 30 to 50 to from 30 to 50 for
Okay.
topography and see what that
Yeah.
does. And I'm
Okay.
interested in just the total.
Yes, but just on line one or line two?
Just line one right now. And then he's interested only in the total number, the total
Right.
appraised value.
And I'd also like you to include the previous total you
Validate.
gave was 566, and that included a reduction in the linear water line length.
Okay, so the full value is,
For the whole property,
yes,
525,200, 525,200.
so 525,200 for the total. And Lynn, what is the total land appraisal, please?
453,100.
453,100 just for the land, Jim.
Yeah. I still am amazed that their next door neighbor is 348. And it's
Well,
a
if,
bigger lot.
so Lynn, is what they had asked previously, and I've already erased it, on the linear foot, it was a minus 30. Is that already there still?
On the linear footage, I took 30 feet off.
Okay, so that's minus,
So we've got both of those situations are in there already. That it still doesn't seem like it's enough yet. And they're still, the next door neighbor's got a bigger lot, a nicer lot, looks to me. And it appears to be, it's a lot less, the land value is much less.
What's the determining factor that makes the next door lot that much lower
Right.
value?
I don't have those property record cards in front of me, but what I can also tell you is you do have the ability to apply influence factors to the water frontage land line also.
Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, so all right. All right. Oh, that would be helpful. Oh, good. That water frontage line is what's killing them in the first place. Okay, so let's say we give them a 30% reduction on that line.
In addition to everything else, Jim?
Yes.
Okay, so Lynn, minus 30 on landline 2. So I need the land value first, please.
So the land value is 348,100.
Okay, and the total?
420,200.
Land value with the minus 15, that's going from water frontage from 170 to 140 and applying a 30% influence factor, minus 30%, takes the land value, full value down to 348,1. Add that to the building value of 72,1. It's a new total appraisal of 420,200.
Okay. Let's just.
This is the chairman.
Okay. I think, yeah, this is Jim again, just to kind of wrap that up. Could you please just refresh my memory of exactly what we subtracted? And we started off by getting rid of 30 feet of linear.
Yes, so we changed linear foot from 170 to 140 linear feet, waterfront land.
Okay, that's item 1.
Then we added a minus 15, am I correct, Lynn? Or minus?
We went from 30 to 50 on the topography
Okay.
for landline 1.
So landline 1, for topography, we changed it from a minus 30 to a minus 50%.
Minus.
And then landline 2, for water frontage, you just added a straight up minus 30% on the linear foot value.
30%.
And they did not do a minus 15% anywhere on landline 1, correct?
You said you took off 30% reduction as an influence factor on the footage.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Footage.
So the land value is 348 and the total appraised value is 420,200.
Correct.
348,1 and 420,200.
Correct.
Okay, I think go ahead.
They provide documentation from DEEP regarding the dock. We could take that $10,000 off too, but they would have to provide that.
I think we've done a lot of carving on this one already. I think I'd like to go ahead and make the make the recommendation that we approve this based on those three changes, which are an adjustment to the linear length from 170 to 140, an adjustment to the influence factor for topography from 30 to 50, and an adjustment to an influence factor on the linear footage of 30%. Okay, that's my recommendation.
I'm in agreement with you on that, Jim. I think that's
Okay.
fair.
Okay, just as an item of discussion, that brings it down to the equivalent what the property is next door. So nobody can complain that we didn't try to make the neighbors happy. So I think that's a good sign.
This is the chairman. Jim, will you make that a motion?
That is a motion.
Can I have a second?
Well, wait, but we should probably put the motion, should we not, Chairman, the values that were,
Oh, yeah, she can write it in.
okay, make sure that's included in the motion.
I don't know what.
Well, that brought the total value down to 420,200.
Right. Okay, just want to make sure that's in the motion.
That should be, yeah, that's right. I agree. But
So
what we have to report on our card is not that number. We report the 70% number.
Right.
Is the chairman, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Go ahead.
John?
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes unanimously for a change as stated.
This is Mary speaking. Your next appeal is 61 Wells Road. This will be Peter Wells. He is on the phone and ready for you when you are.
All right, then if you give me a moment.
Okay.
Okay, I am ready. Everybody else is.
Thank you. Mr. Wells?
Yes.
Chairman,
Yes,
I
this is
turn this
Peter
over
Wells
to you.
speaking. I can't hear. Hello?
Peter, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Chairman, I turn this over to you.
Hello, Mr. Wells, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is John Parfit. I am the chairman of the board, and you'll hear me referred to as the chairman because another member is named John as well. So anyway, your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers of the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. Be that as that is stated, now it's your turn. Tell us what you have.
Okay. I understand what you were saying. And let me just explain. 61 Wells Road used to be a business for many years. I was the sole employee of that business. I'm 70 years old, and the business is kind of shut down, and I'd like the assessment made more as a building on a farm where it's all farm property around that.
Okay. Does any other members of the board have any questions for Mr. Wells at this moment?
Mr. Wells, do you use that building as anything? Is it just like a barn?
It has a bunch of equipment in it and so forth. It used to be like a machine shop. There is things in it that does fix, farm equipment.
Good.
My brother next door has mostly the farm on 67 Wells Road, but he uses a lot of 61 as farm also.
This is Mary speaking.
Hi.
Hi, how are you, Mr. Wells?
Good.
We do have a portion of this land under the farm status. We have
Yes.
Yes, we do. We have 1.6 acres under forest. The remaining 0.73 acres is not, and I believe that was based on a map that your brother provided this year when we went through several of the farm properties in town to double check that our acreages were still accurate.
Yes, but what happened is he wasn't stepping on my toes. I had the more interest in the shop building, but now, as I say, it isn't really a business anymore. So I would like all of 61 Wells Road turned into a farm, use thing.
This is the chairman. Mary, how do we do that? Does he need some kind of other paperwork?
Can you repeat that, John?
How does he turn this into farm use? Does he need other paperwork or whatever?
So we have the map that his brother drew up, and he drew up the shop as having 0.73 acres. And then we have what's called a triangle lot, a red brick lot, and a sign lot, which is the billboard. And those are all under forestry, or excuse me, farm. So in order for this to change, the owner of the property would have to provide another map and explain how that 0.73 acres is used as farmland. It has to be based on the use of the property, not a desire to call it farm, but an actual usable farm status.
Okay.
Does the repair of farm equipment qualify as farm status?
I don't think so, Don. I mean, I'm not sure.
I mean, not on a commercial, I meant repairing your own farm equipment, not as a business, repairing others.
Well, that would be something either the farmer does himself or he hires someone to come and repair it.
Right. So I'm just looking at reclassifying the shed what's got the farm repair equipment in it.
All right, this is the chairman. Does anybody else have any other questions?
I do, it's John. Mary, is there a specific form they have to submit along with the plans?
Yes, and his brother did submit the form this year, yes.
Right, so are you familiar with that, Peter?
I was, Mary Gardner gave me a copy of the thing my brother submitted.
Okay.
But I'd probably like to make an addition to that copy of the land that the shop is on, you know, can store farm equipment, repair farm equipment and so forth, because it isn't actually being used as a business anymore, isn't really used as a commercial property.
So may I just say here that the plan structure on this, the value structure, is that we have a acreage classified as primary, and the acreage amount is 0.73 acres, and there's no influence factors on the land currently. And the full value of this lot that I believe Mr. Wells is talking about is $123,000. Mr. Wells, how long has that machine shop been on that lot?
1929.
And I would suspect there's a lot of history of mechanics and machinery going in and out of that lot.
Yeah, yes, sir. And it was used as a garage and machine shop up until just very recently. As I said, I was the sole employee there, and I'm 70. I'm not really working anymore. I do little home projects, you know, for myself and things, but I'm not really open for customers.
Okay. I'm just going to turn the conversation back over to the chair.
Okay.
All right, this is the chairman. I don't think I have any further questions if anybody else doesn't. Mary, does Mr. Wells have to turn something back into you? Is that what I'm doing?
No, I mean, if it would be William A. Wells or Gertrude that would have to file some kind of a new farm application to revise the acreages. But again, I'm just gonna state for the record that I have to accept that, and I have to understand that it's being used as a farm property.
Correct. All right, well, if Mr. Wells doesn't have any other questions, because I don't think that we can make a particular decision right this minute. I think we have to look and deliberate a little further. And as soon as we make a decision, Mr. Wells, the town will be getting back to you with our decision. So if you or anybody else has anything to say.
I appreciate it. And so I will leave you at this time, but my understanding is Mrs. Gardner would like to have a revised farm form with the 0.73 acres added to the farm use, if that's my understanding.
So again, for the record, I just need to state that I do not believe I could make all of that farmland. I mean, I don't believe, Mr. Wells, I would approve that because I don't see that as right now being a farm use. So there's the area of the buildings. I'm looking on the maps. There's a couple of buildings, maybe a shed and the machine shop. I'm not quite sure how I would handle that land.
Can we use an influence factor since it's no longer being used commercially?
Who are you addressing, Don?
I'm addressing you. Would it be possible to use an influence factor?
Yes.
It would be.
All right, this is the chairman again. How about when we go to deliberate, we'll take all this stuff under advisement, and I don't think we can make a decision at this minute, but Mr. Wells, we'll get back to you with our decision.
Okay, and so I can leave the conversation at this time?
Yes, Mr. Wells.
Yeah. Yes, you can.
Okay, and I thank you, and I believe you've got my addresses and telephone number if you need to reach me.
That is true, Mr. Wells. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this is the chairman again. This is a little bit confusing at this point because I don't get a good view of exactly on the map where the buildings and stuff that he's talking about. Because I see the thing as a whole, but
Chairman, can you see my cursor?
yes,
These are the buildings.
okay. Because I see that the biggest building is labeled as 55, so I'm assuming the little building in back is 61.
I'm really not sure what the street numbers represent. I know our property record card says 61. Unfortunately, the GIS mapping system and the CAMA database don't always match up on street addresses, but this is the property. I will outline for you based on the farm map about, generally speaking, how the property owner outlined the area that he felt was not under the farm program. So let me just do this for you. It's going to be rough, but and the rough part is me using it for sure. Let's try again. This is about approximately what the property owner blacked out as the shop.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, the smaller of the two buildings, the one more towards the center,
Yes.
what was that? Is that what he was talking about for storage? Whereas the other one was where the business was conducted?
It could be done. I'm not intimately familiar with Mr. Wells's property. It could be.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just asking. I've been in the bigger building. And I don't see how that could be used for storage. But it did have equipment in it, but that equipment probably dated back to the 1800s.
So Mary, this is John. If you, I think you were saying there's 0.73 acres was not designated as farmland, and that includes the buildings?
Yes, and it includes the little dirt pathway out to Route 184.
All right. So if you were to apply for farm status for that lot, excluding the buildings, I'm not sure how much that would be, but it might make more sense just to apply.
Well, the issue with that, John, is the farm status, you just can't apply for it and get it. And Mr. Mitchell knows this too. You have to be using that property
right
as some component of a farm.
Right. It has,
and so there has to be animals grazing, or it has to be part of a farm building area.
Or you're cultivating it or something.
Yes.
But I'm just thinking what Jim was saying, I think it was Jim was saying, or maybe it was Don. He's saying apply a reduction factor, or not a reduction factor.
Influence factor.
Influence factor.
Yeah, and I think what Mr. Marchand was saying is you could reduce the land value by applying an influence factor on the 0.73 acres, just like you did on the Thames Street property.
Right. That seems to be, to me, more sense than to go through all this, because the buildings wouldn't be considered farmland, even if you could reasonably argue that you could say the rest of it is, which we're not sure that would be the case anyway. But
Mr. Chairman, how much of an influence factor would anybody consider?
I mean, because it's, well, as it is now, it's not really suitable for much of anything, is it?
Doesn't appear to be.
I mean, I drive by that often enough, and it's literally a dirt road. And I You know, I remember when I first started working in my personal property, there were a whole, a guy had a bunch of had a whole bunch of trucks there, construction trucks, which very well could have contaminated a lot of that soil. And they weren't his trucks, and he tried for the longest time to get those trucks removed. And I think they were finally removed maybe 3 or 4 years ago. But in all those years that they'd been sitting there, they had to have been leaking oil and contaminating the soil as well.
Well, what's he? Well, he's claiming a value of $60,000 total, right? Is that his position?
Yeah.
Estimated value. John, I think that's what he's saying. 60,000 total. We have it at 163 with 124.4 for the land.
Oh, okay. Yep.
May I interject something? Of the 124.4 for the land, $1,360 of that is the farm status amount.
Right.
Mary, what would it look like if we changed the status from primary to waste for that section of the land?
Sure, we can run that for you. Number 3 instead of number 1, how it says code all the way over to the, nope, down below.
In a sense, that would be equivalent to doing what he asked for, which was to have the whole thing converted, the whole thing considered farmland.
Waste. Validate. Okay, we'll give you the full value on that, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, so 2,000 would be the full value on the land.
Did you hear that? The full value in the land would be $2,000.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay. And the building is considered 40,000, 39,000?
Yes, and we have it as small manufacturing and storage, and we have it in poor condition.
I think Don goes by there. He's probably noticed that most of it.
Yeah, I think that's a fair value.
But it's collapsed. Even the roof's gone. But anyway, okay, so all right. I think
because if I remember right, inside of that it was post and beam construction, and I think the only thing you're talking about is that hole in the roof as far as being I don't know, less than sound. Well, I mean, I think it's a sound structure.
Yeah. Okay.
But yes, it's got what appears to be a hole in the roof, and I think that was there when last time I was inside it, which was about 5 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's true. I've been by there, I guess maybe within the last few years. I've been there once, and it was in pretty bad shape then. There was a hole in the roof, and I've noticed that the second building now has a roof that's collapsed, the one that's closer to 184. So it's a dilapidated building. I'm not sure that I would necessarily want to argue whether it's worth $40,000 for those buildings or not. But if we can change the entire lot to waste, which is basically the same thing as calling it a farm, then I'd be satisfied with that as a recommendation. That certainly would bring it down to what he's asking for and what I think is personally appropriate.
I'm in agreement with you, Jim. I think that's a good call.
Okay, then I'll just make that make that as a motion that we adjust the land value that's characterized currently as primary to waste, so that the full acreage, which is about 2.27, I think, will be considered waste.
You lost me on part of that.
Okay, it's just, the land record shows two categories of
All right,
property.
so you're saying the primary now becomes
Forget-
waste.
Yeah, the
Exactly.
0.73 acres, Don, that's primary. We changed that, designated that as waste. So all 2.
Right, and the rest remains farm.
Well, then, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly.
Okay, all
Well,
right.
see, that really converts that whole triangle there all the way between those two roads to basically farm property. In
The
terms
value
of,
of farm property.
yeah, in terms of its values. It's just,
Yes, okay.
This is an easy way to get there without having to go through a lot of paperwork and mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, that's a good call.
What's the total value then? Mary, and then
Total value would be
land and
41,100.
41,100.
I'm in agreement with that.
This is the chairman. Are you making that a second?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion to change the full value of 41,100. We have a second by John Piazenza. Do we have any other comments or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no, it's unanimous to make the change. Excuse me, need a quick drink. Not alcoholic. There.
So that is the last appeal for this afternoon. The next appointment is at 5:40. I would suggest if you can not log off the Zoom session, I would advise you not to do that. You don't really have anything to deliberate, so Chairman, I'll let you do what you want. And if you decide you want to take a break and reconvene shortly before 5:40, which is your next appointment, I will turn off the speaker after you make a motion to take a break.
Right.
And then when we come back, we can turn the recording back on again.
Then I will make a motion for an adjournment at 4:40 to reconvene at 5:40.
About a little sooner than 5:40.
5:35.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we're in recess.
Okay.
All right, this is John Parfit, Chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. The board is back in session at 5:38 p.m.
And Mr. and Mrs. Fulco are coming online right now, Chairman.
Okay, I'm waiting for him.
Hello, this is Dominic Fulco. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. This is John Parfit, Board of Assessment Appeals.
Can you see me?
Let me see.
Do you want to see me?
A better question.
I don't have your video or anything. I just have your name.
And
Fulco here as well.
It's interesting because we've got this up on Zoom, so we are looking at, we can see a map up here. We can see, looks like Mary Gardner's office, but we're trying to,
Okay, well, maybe.
we're trying to get the video. We don't see, you don't see us. Huh.
That's all
Okay.
right. We see
Oh,
them.
what's this? Hang on.
That's just whatever's on the
Yeah.
screen.
Oh, you
So I
can't.
think the presenter probably has.
Okay, so you still can't see
control.
us?
We cannot see you, and I'm looking around. This is Mary Gardner speaking. I'm looking around to see if I have to allow you to be seen, and I don't believe that you've been disallowed. So
Okay. Have you done others where by Zoom where you can see the participants?
not tonight. No, everyone has just been audio.
All right, that's fine. Okay, no problem. I just not a problem. We can start when you're ready. If you just want to go audio, that's fine.
But you can see the screen, which is good. So you're seeing what the board members are seeing.
I see, yes, I see Anchorage Circle map, and I see the subject property with a red circle around it.
I'm going to still poke around, Attorney Fulco. I may be able to get your video going.
Okay.
All right, this is the chairman. I don't see Mr. Piazenza either.
I'm here, John.
Yeah,
I
we
can
lost
see-
you, John.
I can see you.
Right, I don't think John has his video on.
No.
Okay, John, I'm going to ask you to start your video again. And actually, that's probably what I'll do with the.
There
You
you
got
are.
it, Liz.
There we go.
You're there.
Huh.
Yeah,
I don't have the same option for the attendees to open up the video. Can I move them over? I guess I could. All right. Mr. Fulco, I'm going to make you a panelist, which means I should be able to turn on your video. So I'm just asking you to turn on your video, see if you
Okay.
get something.
Sure.
There they are.
We have it now.
Okay.
Hey, that worked.
Okay, Mary, you all set?
I am all set. Thank you.
All right. I'm John Parfit, the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going by the chairman because we have a member of the board whose name is John also. So he'll be going by John. Well, anyway, your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. The board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers of the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you will submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. Okay, now tell us your story.
Okay, good evening. This is Dominic Fulco. I'm
Bless
accompanied
you.
with,
Bless you, she said.
oh, sorry. This is Dominic Fulco. I'm accompanied by my wife, Ann Fulco. We're owners of 20 Marlin Drive. We have submitted with our appeal and attached to it a appraisal done by Robert Silverstein. And that's an as-of date of October 1, 2016, with a fair market value of $235,000. So our position is that the property is overvalued by the town substantially and is supported, that overvaluation is supported by information in the appraisal, namely that the comparables that Mr. Silverstein found and used and adjusted in his appraisal. It's also supported by market conditions. Yesterday, I submitted to the board a listing, the MLS listing of this property beginning in 2015, which Mr. Silverstein references also in his appraisal. And I think that's an important factor here, because I think the board will appreciate that one of the best indicias of market value is exposure to the market and what happens to the marketplace. So this property was listed back in October of 2015 for $350,000. And do you have this, the exhibit that I'm referencing? It's a one-page MLS listing called Property Marketing History.
Yes, we do.
Okay. So the property was listed at $350 in 2015. Of course, the effective date of the appraisal and the revaluation was October 1st, 2016. The property stayed on the market for a whole year. It was the listing was renewed at $350.
This was the previous owner.
Yes, not by me. This is the previous owner, Dr. Root. Actually, two owners, well, one owner removed because his estate ended up owning the property. So in November 2016, the property was relisted at $350,000. It was reduced by $51,000 in 2017. The property still did not sell. It was reduced again by $29,000 in 2018, and that's in September of 2018. Excuse me, in April of 2018 to $270,000. So the property stayed on the market for $270,000 from April 2018 all the way till we bought it in September of 2019 at $180,000. So I think the market forces will tell you that no one was buying this property anywhere close to what the town has the property appraised at for the present grand list. In terms of the comparables that Mr. Silverstein found, as he pointed out, there were not a lot of sales during the relevant time period, but I think one of the ones that I would like to focus the board on is 120 Anchorage Circle, which is the abutting property. And if you look at, what I'd like to do is actually look at the pictures that I submitted, because picture 174503, which is the first picture, and I don't know if that can be shown up on the, 503.
No, 350.
503 is
I'm
our
sorry.
property.
Oh, okay, got it, sorry.
Okay, no,
That's
well,
our
that's
property.
not what I submitted.
No, we understand.
But that's
Okay,
that's
okay, that's the abutting property. Okay, so 503 is my property, which is the picture that I've submitted by email this morning. And 350 is the abutting property. The abutting property is the property that has the money view of the water. It's the one that goes straight down and you can see the entire boat basin. 503, which is our property, if you want to call it a water view, has a sliver of a water view. And that, by the way, that picture was taken, I was 15 feet from the road when that picture was taken. So you can see that it's a partial, if anything, view of the water. By way of comparison, if you look at the property right across the street from the subject lot, 23 Marlin, I've also submitted a picture taken from the front corner of that lot, which is picture number 174632. Now that really has an identical, almost identical view of the boat basin, and the assessed value, as Mr. Silverstein points out, is 250, excuse me, the appraised value, not assessed value, the appraised value is 215,800 of 23. So I have a really hard time seeing why the town appraised 23 with a lot value of 250, land value of 215,800, and right across the street with a similar view. If this is what the differential is, if what we're talking about is the view here at over 300,000, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Is this the time to mention that our property is below grade also? It's below, our property sinks into the sort of a valley.
So if you would, as Ann's pointing out, if I don't know if the board does drive-bys or comes by, but if you come down Anchorage Circle, take a right onto Marlin, and then look at the house I live in, which I'm speaking from now, is 30 Marlin. There's a substantial grade difference that Dr. Root had to build up 30 Marlin when he built this house. So the 20 Marlin actually has a very large
actually dips from the street.
Dip in the property. As a matter of fact, I was doing some gardening out in 20 and it's a significant dip. So this property would have to be, if it was going to be developed, which we're not intending right now to develop the property, it would have to be graded with substantial fill and probably a drainage easement off the back. But I'd like to get back to again the comparable right next door 128, and you'll see that Mr. Silverstein did adjustments off of that property to arrive at the value of 20. And again, if we're talking about if the reason for a differential of value is because of the quote water view, then I mean 128 has a substantial right down the middle of the road, if you will, view where you can see not only the entirety of the boat basement, but you can see out to actually Mumford Cove. So I think that all of these points support a lower valuation of the property between the comparables, the other assessments, and I did not mention, which Mr. Silverstein did, 134 Anchorage, which actually is right across from 23. So we all kind of share the same corner. And that also coincidentally is a 215,800. So you have 23 at 215,800, you have 134 at 215,800, and then you go across the street in a very similar corner, and I would submit identical corner, and you're up over 300,000. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And I don't think that the property value as stated is justified, and it's overvalued. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, this is the chairman there. Does anybody else
Sure.
have any questions for Mr. Fulco?
No, I don't.
Yes, I was looking at some of the comps there, and I was looking at the subject in comp 1, and you've got a lot that's basically 33% larger, yet the adjustment is only for $5,000. It just doesn't quite make sense to me.
Well, it may be a little bit larger, but I will tell you about that property. It actually, as the appraiser notes, it backs up and is very close to the Amtrak line. I think he certainly took that into account when he's valuing the property. So what you're saying is it's a 0.4 acres as opposed to 0.36?
0.48.
Yeah, 0.48, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Is that valued at higher? Where is that?
So he's saying that the proximity to the tracks is why the adjustment was so low?
Well, I think he addressed that in his discussion. If I can just.
Or would we adjust down from that to get there?
Well, I think the point is that
It's a bigger lot.
It's a bigger
Should
lot,
be.
right?
Normally you would expect it to be worth more, right? So we adjusted down from there.
So he states the sale is located near the end of the cul-de-sac, further than the subject from community amenities. The Amtrak Railroad abuts this portion of the development. The tracks are about 350 feet from the property, and adverse impact is limited, but a small upward location adjustment was made. The larger side is partially offset by the subject's obstructed but superior view.
It's along Neptune.
Yeah.
Adrian's.
Yeah, so I think if I read that together. I think what he's saying is
It is a flat parcel.
it's a little bit larger, but you've got a partial water view on 20 Marlin.
No, Neptune has a superior view. The one on Neptune, right?
No, the
Adrian's house.
subject. The subject.
Okay. Jeez.
This is the chairman. Does anybody else have any other questions?
I was wondering why he went outside of Mumford Code for his comps, why he went to Groton Long Point.
I didn't do his work, he did it, but I think he notes that there are not many sales in this time frame. So he had to look in, I mean, it's the neighborhood next to our neighborhood. And I think he was looking for a lot that sold as opposed to a residential property.
Well, it's a small community here too, right?
Yeah.
So that,
Yeah, there just weren't that many sales in the area. And I'd like to, I know you're focusing on those comparables. As I said, there's a property right next door. I think there's it's an excellent benchmark, and again has a much superior view. And what I come back to again is the two properties catty corner, especially 23 that has, if you look at my pictures, has an identical view, and the property values are way off. I mean, there's a substantial difference between 217.5 and 300,000, and I don't see the justification. None. As a matter of fact, 23 is, if you drive by this neighborhood, 23 is a superior lot. That house sits probably 10 to 15 feet above 23 and above my house. And I couldn't go onto their property to take the picture I took, but if you stand at their front door, they see much more of the water and perch up like an eagle up on top of that hill. So I would suggest, if this board does this, drive through and take a look at the lots. I mean, there's a market difference between the two, and yet 23 is much lower in value and being taxed that way.
I also saw a note where he made note of it being a busy street.
Well, I mean, I guess if anything in this part of the world is busy, I mean, it's a cross intersection, so you have traffic. So you have to, anybody that wants to get up to Neptune has to drive by this corner lot, because you have to go up Nautilus or down Marlin and take a left. So it services the entirety of all the houses that are on Neptune.
And how many houses would that be?
Oh, I don't know. There are about 15 on each side,
yeah,
30
well, anybody
houses.
on Marlin, anybody on Halyard, anybody.
And not only that, but it's also busy because you want to get to the beach, the deep water dock. You have to, and you live if you don't live on Neptune and you live in the other section of the cove, you have to traverse over the road and get to that intersection.
There might be 100 houses back there.
Let's see.
I mean, the whole neighborhood to come in to the
Yeah,
neighborhood.
but
you
no,
have
I
to-
think he was saying how many houses are on.
Yeah, the
on
Neptune,
Neptune.
but to get
Yeah.
into the neighborhood, you have to go. That's a crossroads to the neighborhood. Compared to other streets in the community, it's a busy street. It's a busy corner. It's a crossroads.
Yeah, but that's all relative. But as far as actually being a busy street, I mean, isn't that a little overstating it?
Well, it's not 215. I will give you that. But in terms of the neighborhood, in terms of traffic that needs to go by this intersection, you have ingress and egress by the lot. There's no other way in or out except going by it. But you're focused on that comment again. I come back to where I started this discussion this evening with exposure to the market. And, this property was listed up in the 300s and did not sell. And I think that that certainly market exposure and what happened in the marketplace demonstrates a lot about the value of the parcel.
All right, this is the chairman speaking. Doesn't seem like there's any more comments that anybody can come up with unless I'm wrong. I don't think we can make a decision on this at this minute because we have another appellant coming up here in just a few minutes. So we could sort of wrap this up. We can put it on our plate for a decision as soon as we possibly can. Does anybody else have any questions or comments on it? All right, then, Mr. Fulco put together a good package. I like all the information you put. There's a lot of stuff here we have to really peer through and look at. So unless there's anything else, we'll put a hold on this for the moment till we can deliberate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Okay.
Sure. Take care.
Has Mr. Perazzotti showed up yet?
Yes, he has. One moment, please.
Okay, so we'll put this aside.
Leave. Okay.
And
Okay, let me know when you're ready and I'll bring him on.
okay, just stated first, I'll bring him in. I'll do all the introductions, but I'm recusing myself. So I guess I'll let Jim take the role of acting chairman since he's a regular member, if he doesn't mind.
No, happy to.
Okay.
Mr. Perazzotti?
Yeah.
Hi, I just want to make sure you're there. Do you want to be on video? You don't
I
have
don't need
to.
be.
Okay,
No, this is fine.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Perazzotti, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, this is John Parfit. I am the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to
I've
be.
heard of you.
Yep, and me too. I'm going to be.
How you doing?
Good. Well, anyway, I'm going to be known as the chairman because we have another member whose name is John. So I am going to read the introduction, recuse myself, and hand you off to Jim Mitchell, who's another member of the board. So,
Okay, thanks.
all right. Well, your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers of the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you will submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. With that being said, I'm going to hand you off to Jim Mitchell, and he'll continue your hearing.
Okay, thanks, John.
Sure.
Mr. Perizzotti, hi, this is Jim Mitchell.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm kind of the assistant chairman all of a sudden, so I'll stumble through this best I can.
All right.
You've been in to see us before, and we've looked at this property before. And those of us that are on the board for a very long time will remember, other instances like I think 2011 was maybe the last time we saw you. But there have been over the years quite a few people, I think just about everybody from Noble Avenue. So we've heard a little bit about the good and the bad of Noble Avenue, but I think for everybody's benefit, if you wouldn't mind going through that whole scenario with us and explain exactly why you think your property value is too high.
Sure. This is going to be the easiest decision you will make this year, other than that of the property immediately next to mine owned by Mr. Reed. I won't bore you with hypotheticals or theoreticals, just a couple of simple facts. 63 and 69 Noble Avenue are immediately adjoining properties of the same size, have been assigned the same value. I mean, they are so close that the market values are within like $5,000 or $6,000 of each other that the town has assigned. The present and true actual value, however, was irrefutably confirmed last July when number 63, the same property basically as mine that adjoins my property, sold for $510,000 in an open market transaction. The lines of supply and demand crossed when that property sold for $510,000 last July. Unfortunately, the town has assigned a quote unquote market value of about $800,000. So that's like, 60% too high. Number 63, as I mentioned, sold in a true open market transaction. It was on the market for over a year. It was first listed below your assigned market value 2 years ago. It was listed at $699. What did the market say? Too high. The price was dropped to $629. What did the market say? Too high. It was dropped to $575. What did the market say? Too high. It sold for $510. So these irrefutable facts, like I say, there's no dispute over finding comps or theories or whose air is better or who's got the better view. You people say that they're worth the same. I believe they're worth the same. And the market, the open market, the invisible hand, confirms $510. And if you take the relative values, that puts me at $514 market value. And I've been overcharged to the tune of about $5,000 a year in taxes. And so it shouldn't be too hard to figure this one out. And I would just ask that a reasonable, professional, and ethical and expeditious decision be made to recognize this irrefutable fact that the market has spoken, and I would like to be charged fairly. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Perizzotti. Does anyone on the board have any questions for Mr. Perizzotti?
Yes, I do. This is Carl. This is John Piacenza. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
So there's a transaction history. Looks like there was a transaction in April of 2004. Were you the person who purchased it at that time, or is that
Yes.
Predate, yeah, okay. So at that time, the market spoke and said it was worth 725,000. I realized that was 16 years ago.
Yes, I also had dark hair.
Uh,
You realize that, you know, you folks are obligated to set this at the present and true actual value. And you must have lived through 2008.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I bought the property. Yes, the market said it was worth more. Correct. In 2004.
Yeah.
Prior
I was just
to the
curious if you
greatest crash since the Great Depression. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
We're in the midst of
And I
something.
have unsuccessfully made my case a few times, but now there is irrefutable data.
Carl, you understand that these values were the values as of October 1st, 2016, correct?
Yeah.
Not.
And you realize that the market listed price at that time was $629. And I'll repeat myself, the market said that's too high.
The adjoining property sold in July of 2019, is that correct?
That's what your card says.
Yeah.
This is a no-brainer.
Does anyone else have any further questions for Mr. Perazzotti?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's fair enough. And again, just we've been dealing with Noble Avenue in this with the BA.
Yeah, but with all due respect, that's not my concern.
No,
I am
no.
here today, and I am presenting you with a present and true market value as dictated by the market as of right now.
That's true, and I
So
think
ancient history
well,
is
now,
not a matter of concern to me.
one thought that does come to mind that I think Don Marchand tried to bring up was the fact that we're obligated to go back a few years. The reval was 2016, so the adjustments as of today for a household next door you may not get exactly what you're looking for, even though you're absolutely right.
Well, that's okay. I will take whatever avenue I have to because this is
you're right. The neighborhood,
irrefutable.
No, well, that's fine. The neighborhood obviously has come down, but there's a date we have to work with, which isn't, we can't change that either. So I just want to let you know.
Well, you can't, actually, you can if you look through the statutes, but you may not want to.
We have just a history of doing
When you did this revaluation, you were egregiously off. I mean, egregiously.
Well, I think that's really what
And
you were
you
arguing.
still are.
Well, that's my point. That is, in a sense, that's really what you are arguing, is that the revaluation value was.
I'm stating a fact.
Well, that's what you're.
The present and true market value in October and now.
That's
It's irrefutable.
No, that's fine. You're
So
right.
that's my case. I really don't have the time for a discussion. It would be a waste of your time and mine. If you need further facts from me, I would be happy to provide them. But these are your facts. They're on your data cards.
Oh, that's great. Okay, is there anyone who has any further questions for Mr. Perazzotti? Hearing no further questions, Mr. Perazzotti will be deliberating this sometime within the next few days, and then you'll get a notice from the town as to what the deliberation results are.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one thing. Just as an aside, that if there is an adjustment to the value, that you cannot have a second adjustment until after the next reval. So this is to prevent people from coming back every year. But I just only mention that as an aside. It's not, chances are that's
Yeah.
not going to be an issue, but
Hey, you know what? I urge you to do the right thing. It's obvious.
no, thank you. I think
Painfully obvious.
Well, no, you've made a good presentation. As they say, we've heard a lot of people from Noble Avenue, so we're very familiar with just those.
That's fine, but they're not my concern. I'm only concerned with this property.
Sure. But, well, you're all connected.
I don't want to waste your time, because I've been through discussions in the past of theoreticals and that guy and this guy and the color of his rug. All I'm telling you is directly adjoining property, same size, basically the same house. The house is a little bigger, the property sitting on the same water, with the same waterfront, with the same services, with the same number of bedrooms, with the same number of bathrooms, built around the same. I mean, it could not be closer unless it were the exact house.
Great.
And it's a fact.
That's fine.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. You made a good presentation, and as I say, there'll be some mail for you at some point.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man.
Information.
At the end of the day, this town is taking $5,000 a year from me. It's a lot of money. And I would not be this adamant about it. But in these times, I mean, it really is. I mean, it just borders on, and I won't mention the word, but come on. Let's look at the facts, be reasonable, and be ethical. That's all I ask.
Great. Okay, we'll do our best.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Don't everybody talk at once.
Well, yeah, I really wanted to tell them that we don't set the tax rates. We just try to make these property values reasonable.
I'm nursing some bruises here, I think.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we deserve the bruises. I don't think so, but maybe. I'm glad he didn't. We've had worse. We've had people literally yelling at us in the past.
So let me ask Mary. I'm sorry, Jim. Mary, I don't remember him coming to the board in the last few years. Do you, John?
Oh, I remember him, sure. But then again, I've been around a long time.
I'm talking about in the last since this last reval. Unless I missed it. I did miss this.
No, I don't think so. The last time we had the card indicates that we gave him some kind of a reduction in 2011. But I just happened to remember him because we've seen everybody from Noble Avenue. It was just, I think.
Right. All right. So he came. So it was based on that sale next door of what he considers virtually.
No, I think we need to get some help from Mary as far as what can be done about that. I mean, he has a very good point. There's no question about it. But Don's point is also important, and that is that we are looking back to 2016, and maybe if we can get just a brief. If Mary can give us an overview of just what our obligations are to deal with that then that may clear the ice, clear the decks a little bit.
So this is Mary speaking. You do have to look back at the sales that took place that support the 2016 reval. So you'd be looking at sales from 2015 and 16. You'd be looking at 16 first, and then 2015 following. We'll get all the Noble Avenue and knowing sales together for you before you deliberate, so that you have the sale set at your fingertips and you can look to see what properties we're selling for.
That's great. Yeah, one of the suggestions we were trying to always use actually is to pick certain neighborhoods where there are a lot of appellants and deal with all of them at the same time as far as our deliberations go. So we don't want to deliberate this right now. And it sounds like Mary's got a package to put together, which will go back to 2016, which, like Don says, that's the anchor for this. And the fact that the house next door sold for any number isn't really that relevant. Can we say that?
Yes, because in that we perform revals every 5 years. When the market goes down, no adjustments are made. And when the markets go up, no adjustments are made. We do not reappraise properties in between revaluations based on sales prices. That's illegal under the statute. And when Carl quotes the statute, he's talking about coming to market value, but in the case of real estate, it's apropos to the revaluation date. We do not revalue properties every year at the market.
Okay, all right, so that's the point we've got to really pay attention to. And Don, you picked that one right. It was good you brought that to his attention too. Okay, John, you want to take back over, buddy? Where are you?
I've left the building.
Elvis is no longer with us. Come on back, Elvis.
So, folks, your next appellant is in the queue. And just want to remind everybody, we are recording this. This can be streamed live on the web. If anyone were to get to GMTV and take a listen, they can hear it. On Thursday and Saturdays sessions, we'll be recording it, and I believe those will be shown live on GMTV. Tonight it's not, because I don't think there was enough room in the system to handle the board with the other town meetings that are going on at the moment. So let me bring Mr. Hankard, Mr. and Mrs. Hankard on. Are you ready, Chairman?
I am ready.
Okay. Mr. Hankard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. So, Chairman, I'll turn this over to you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hankard, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, this is John Parfit. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to be referred to as the chairman because we have another member of the board whose name is John, so not to confuse us. So let me read this statement. Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers of the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you agree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. All right?
Yes, sir.
Your turn to tell us what you can.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Hankard. With me tonight is my wife, Paulette. We are the new owners of number 33 Island Circle in Groton, Long Point. We purchased it on December 20th of 2019 for the amount of $699,000. It was appraised on November 11th of 2019 for $712,000, very close to the sale price. The present property card for it shows its value at $946,000 with an assessed value of $662,830. We believe that the sale price and the appraisal, which are only $12,000 apart, accurately reflect the value of this property, and we would ask for an adjustment in our taxes to show that decrease in value. I'm not a professional at this, as you can probably tell, so that's basically my presentation.
All right, very good. Does any members of the board have any questions?
How long was the house on the market? Do you know?
It was November 2017, it went on the market.
November of 17?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, it's February of 2017. I stand corrected, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in that letter, John, from Peter Pappas, if you have it handy.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you. Yep.
Okay, yep, you're right.
Well, I don't hear any questions from anybody.
Well, John, this is the other John. He says it. you might want to point out to Mr. Hankard and his wife that about what our point for the earlier appellant regarding the, the grand list year and the reval year.
Yes, could you continue on with that, please?
Okay, so Mr. and Mrs. Hankard, what happens with the town is required by state statute to perform a revaluation every 5 years. So the revaluation the previous revaluation was in 2016. So it's the grand list as of October 1st of that year. So that's when the value was established as of October 1st, 2016. And we realized conditions change. That's close to 4 years now. And so when we look at these appeals and look at these various situations, we have to keep that in mind, that it goes back to that 2016 date as an anchor, if you will. That's why we do it every 5 years. So to pick up any fluctuations in the market and try to smooth it over time. But just as a point of interest to you.
I understand. I guess now I have a question, if I may, John. Is what you're saying to me that there is no basis for our appeal, even though there's current numbers?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Not necessarily saying that, but you have to understand, we have to look at the value that was established based on the revaluation that was done with the published assessed values in October, as of October 1st, 2016. So conditions might have been different. So you have a current, a very current sale, but that's a fairly long time period. We're going to be doing another reval in 2021. So just wanted to mention that to you.
I understand. Is there any other information that I should be providing you to assist you in your deliberations, Mr. Chairman?
No, I don't think there's anything else that we need to add. Just, with sales, when we do the next revaluation, that's the primary thing that we'll be looking for. So there will be a lot of adjustments made to houses throughout the town at that time frame. So if we make our decision that doesn't give you any relief, just be known that the next reval is coming up very soon.
Yeah.
So.
This is Mary here. May I make a comment, please, Chairman?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Hankard, I'm the assessor for the town. I'm acting as the host tonight for the Zoom platform. I will provide the board with the list of the sales from the 2016 revaluation. It's the sales set that determined values back then. So the properties that sold in 2016 and then the properties that sold the year before that, we bracket a 2-year time period to establish the sales. So that's really what the board will look at for your property value.
I understand, Mary. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And when we make a decision, this is the chairman again, when we make a decision, you will receive notification from the town as to our decision. And that'll be sometime after, probably not tonight, but sometime over the next couple of days.
Understood. Thank you very much for your time, all of you.
Well, thank you very much for appealing to us.
Okay. Okay. Take care.
Take care.
Y'all stay safe.
Your next appeal is Claire and Bradley Glass. They have not dialed in yet.
Well, do we want to deliberate on this particular one here? Because I'm not sure if I see anything that can change that unless we want to wait until Mary gets us the.
Yeah, let's get the sales set, John.
Yeah, let's get the sales different. It's almost the trend is that when these were put on the market back in 16, 17, they were considerably higher, but I think when they were put on the market at that time, those people thought that was a fair value. And the fact that it didn't sell then and has waited till now to come down, it just might be a trend in general that real estate values are dropping.
Yeah.
I think you're correct there. The sales are definitely dropping, and I think the reval coming up will take care of most of that.
Yeah.
So we will hold off until Mary gets us the sales data.
So the glasses have a few minutes.
Yeah.
I'll let you know, John, when they're here.
Okay.
I can't believe it. The sun's out.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know, I'm in a dark
Yeah.
room.
Yeah, the sun's out and the wind's almost died off.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And they had hail in Hartford.
Yeah.
Hail.
It's a
and it
pretty
was-
wild weather in this area, in the tri-state area.
Oh, we didn't get it as bad as they did. I think that's
No.
correct.
no.
Oh, geez.
What a shame.
Yeah, what a shame. Ooh. Temperature? Oh,
They're saying. Hey, folks,
Yes?
this is Mary speaking. The next appeal, 181 Thames Street, is the same thing where the water linear foot was not on the record in 2017, but it is there for 2019.
Okay, I see. For 2017, 98 linear feet, and there's no data there, so that wasn't added in, I see. Was that not added in for 2018 as well?
I did not go back and check 2018. It probably, I'm going to guess it was added for 18, but I don't know for sure, John.
Okay. Well, they can't
Tim's
appeal,
going to look at that right now.
they can't appeal 18 anyway. So that would be like a free pass.
What was the full value for 18? 475? Oh, I apologize. I thought you were there. So it was added for 19, John.
Okay. So it was not added for 18 then.
Not there for 16, 17, or 18.
Okay. That's the only thing we can tell them.
Chairman, I think your appellant is here.
Okay, we're waiting. We're
I'm
ready.
just gonna, yep, hold on one moment, please.
We will.
Mr. Glass, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Hi. Hello.
Hello, I'll turn this over to the chair.
Yeah. You can hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Good.
Mr. Glass, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, this is John Parfit. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'm going to be known as the chair or the chairman because we have another member with the name of John, just to
Okay.
so you'll know that. Anyway, I'm going to read a little statement and then we will get on with the appeal. Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. That being said, you can go ahead and state what evidence you have to the board, please.
Okay. Ready for me to?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay. All right. Well, over the past years, between 2011 and 2018, the assessed valuation on that property went down basically $2,870. And then all of a sudden it jumps 206.5%. So you got to say something's out of whack here. And I'm trying to figure out what's out of whack. I mean, we've made no improvements to the property in all that time. Matter of fact, it needs some, but we haven't been able to do them. Things have been too tight. A bunch of years ago, we had the roof replaced on the building. When we did that, we found out the chimney was bad. So the chimney was just chopped off below roof line. There's no longer any heat in that building. It might have two areas that could be called water closets or bathrooms, but they're not hooked up. There's no plumbing hooked up to them. The only water that comes in goes right back down on the dock for the two boats to use. So I say to myself, how does it get this messed up? And then I stand in the parking lot and I look around and I say, well, maybe I know how it got this messed up. If you're really not familiar with that piece of property, and you stand in that parking lot and you look to the east and you see that big white building with 2 or 3 decks on it, several residents inside there, it's got 2 storefronts in the front of it. And you're automatically going to try to include that with my property, and it's not part of my property at all. It's a thorn in my side, but it's not part of my property. So my feeling is somebody included that. If that gets included, then this number you came up with is pretty close. Well, whoever came up with it is pretty close. But I don't see how it could get that far off without mistakenly including Susie Levesque's house. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, does any other member of the board have any questions or to Mr. Glass?
Mr. Glass, this is Jim Mitchell. Is there anything about that waterfront area that would be detrimental or limit its use in some way?
Detrimental? What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, I see you've got a boat dock out there and there's a boat out there with it, at least from the picture that we have. Is there anything?
This what you're highlighting here is not my property.
Well, it looks, according to the map, it looks like it.
Look just above it, you see the boat, right?
Yeah, thank you. I see that now.
No, that's not Puffins. Puffins is north of me.
that'll be next door then. I got you. Okay, I see that.
Okay, all right, so you see the big boat in there, and yes, that's the property. But let me see what you got here. Oh my God, can I expand this thing on my, let me see if I can make that expand. Oh, hell, I made it smaller. Okay. What have we got here? Okay. Yeah, that's my property that you've got highlighted when you've clipped off a corner of Susie's house there.
Yep, I see that. So about
Yep.
that, it's about that waterfront area. You got a dock and which is a deep water, deep enough for a boat. That's good. But is there anything about that waterfront area that would be, that's a problem, that's detrimental in some way? I'll explain why I'm asking after you let me know what you think.
Well, I don't know what you mean by detrimental. I mean, the last time I had to speak about this thing, what I spoke about was that the property is really not developable. If you wanted to sell that property, it's not good for anything except what it's being used for. You could never build a house on it.
It looks like it's, you can park cars in there, or you can do something with it, right?
That's what we do. Yeah, we park cars in there. That's all we do.
Okay. Is that for Hellcat?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you the captain of Hellcat?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I think I know who you are now. Good. Thank you. I enjoyed some lovely fish off your boat.
Well, very good. You know, yeah, I'm the guy right now that's sitting here on my hands wondering if I'm going to have anything other than zero income potential this summer. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of good fishermen out there, and they would miss you if you don't go. But the question is this: if the town assesses waterfront property like this, in fact, it's been done just over in the last couple of years, just this year, in some cases, it's just been added. And that's what happened to you. The linear footage of waterfront is now fairly expensive. And, you know, and it's added to everyone's property that has waterfront like yours. So the reason I ask about what's the condition of the waterfront, has a direct impact on the amount of the tax assessment. So if there's nothing really that you can think of that's really wrong, it looks like it's perfect, but I can't tell. But so that's the reason to ask the question, is that the amount of waterfront, the linear feet of waterfront that you have has a huge impact on your tax. And that's the reason to ask. So if you have any thoughts on that subject, let's hear them, because that's your great salvation if there's something there.
The only thing we've got there is that 65-foot of waterfront that runs north and south. That little piece on the south side there that runs east and west is pretty much useless. I mean, there's no water in there. You know, you can't put a boat in there.
Yeah.
It's not, yeah, well, it wouldn't be on my property anyway if we did put a boat in there.
Gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. That is,
so all the real waterfront we've got is this 65 feet of across there with the big boats on the south side in this picture, and my son's boat goes on the north side when it's in, you know, the little Helen 3 goes in there.
So the only, as far as the north-south, this is the John P. Center, Mr. Clark.
That's of no use to us whatsoever. I mean, it's just the end of the property. You can't use it for anything. You can't get a boat in there. You see all this riprap in here, right? Forward of the boat.
So the north-south linear footage is 65
just
feet?
This, as far as I know, yeah. Yeah.
John Piacenza, this is Mary speaking. 65 measures out pretty well.
Okay, thank you, Mary.
This is the chairman, Mr. Glass.
Okay.
It appears as though you have to go through another property for parking. Is that correct?
Yes. You have to go through 2 properties to get to our property.
2 properties, okay.
Down between the Union Hall and Puffins, and then it goes across the back of the Union Hall, and it goes back at Susie Levesque's property to get in there.
Okay, I understand. one other thing we had noticed, that
Okay, thanks,
the
Mary.
linear footage was not added on to the property cards from 2016, 17, and 18. So that linear footage was picked up for 2019. So in essence, you weren't charged for the past 3 years.
What linear footage are you talking about?
The
Waterfront.
waterfront.
Of the
Oh,
waterfront.
the
the linear
waterfront,
footage.
yeah. Well, it's always been there.
I know, but
When you get
there is,
picked up.
go ahead,
Mr.
John.
Glass, just to get back to a point you made earlier, this is John Piacenza again. The portion of that dock that runs east-west, you said there's no water there?
Just a minute. Let me slide this picture over a little bit. Okay, if you look at the boat sitting there, if you look below the boat, you see the bowsprit sticking out over the riprap.
Right.
Okay, now you look to the southern there and you see a corner.
Yep.
And the corner moves from there, it goes to the east. And that section of land in there is pretty much useless to us.
Right.
You can't
Pretty
put a
shallow.
boat in there. You couldn't
It's
even
shallow.
put it, you couldn't even, pardon?
It's very shallow, is what you're saying.
Yeah, there's hardly any, it's low tide, it's just rocks. It's not something we can use. I mean, it's the property line, that's about it, but that side of it is pretty much useless to us.
Okay, thank you.
Talking Thames Street?
As a matter of fact, if you look in that picture very carefully, and you look just north of that line on the south property line, you'll see a line there in the parking lot. And that line in the parking lot is a wooden curb and some old telephone poles that block it off so that it cars, because you kind of get south of that and you break your legs in there. And it's to stop the vehicles from going any further to the south.
Right.
Mr. Glass, this is Mary, the assessor. Do you have,
Yeah, I'm not really understanding you well.
I'm sorry, my name's Mary Gardner. I'm the assessor. I'm hosting the meeting tonight for the board members, so I'm working the computers. May I ask you a question, please?
You're asking me, you want to ask me a question?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
169 Thames Street, which is Puffins. Does
What
your
is what?
169 Thames Street, which is the Puffins Restaurant.
Puffin's Restaurant is just north of us, northeast of us. All that paved lot to the north of this pink thing you've got shown in here is Puffin's.
Does your property have a right of way through their parking lot?
Just no, there's no right of way between Puffin's and mine.
Okay.
The right of way goes down between Puffin's building from Thames Street down between Puffin's building and the Union Hall.
Is that
It does not-
170? Is that 171, Mary?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I see how. So
Got
that's
it.
how they get to your place. Okay.
But sir, is that a deeded right of way?
We've got a walk-through in the northwest corner of our property into Puffin's property because they allow us to keep our dumpster over there.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
but it's a walk-through, and you can't drive through it or anything like that. The only thing we did with Puffin's years ago, when he put the fence in, he put a fence down that north property line. You can see it in the picture there, okay?
Yeah.
And up on the east corner of that, the northeast corner of that, before it cuts down to the south, you'll see there's a gate in there. And the reason that gate was put in there is because when he was putting the fence in, I went to see him and I said, you know, you're going to put me out of business with this because I can't get my bait trucks in once a week. And they were coming, that's back in the days when we were fishing with a lot of herring. And they were coming in with 2 tons of herring every week and a half, 2 weeks, with big semis. And there's no way to get down the driveway through the right of way. The only way in is through the side there. So he put that gate in for me so that we could get a tractor trailer in there to back up into that long slot up to the east there, up to the northeast, southeast, to get up into where the bait freezer is.
Is that
And
a
it was
deed?
nice. It was nice of him to do it. I mean, you know, we had some words, and he understood what was going on, and he took care of it.
Is that right of way deeded, Mr. Glass?
Is what?
The right of way from Thames Street, is that deeded?
The right of way comes down here between. Oh shoot! The picture just changed on me here. Give me the map back.
Well, what
there we go.
the assessor asked you is whether or not that right of way is deeded. It's part of the deed, so it gives you a right of way permanently.
No, this thing I'm talking about with the gate is not part of
No.
the deeded right of way.
Well, what about the access from Thames Street to get down to your property?
The access from Thames Street goes down. Well, there's a shadow here, but just north of where it says 171.
Right.
Right there, goes down there behind that building, and then head south. Head
Right.
south. You see a fence. Head south, and it comes in that way.
All right. Is
It's
that deeded?
Well, the first one here, 171, is a Union Hall, and this is Susie's below it, to the south. You see the two white cars parked down there?
Yep.
Yeah, she basically got them parked in the right of way. So the right of way, the right of way comes down. Yep, lost it again.
So, Mr. Glass, I'm trying to show a deed, and it looks as though there is a deeded right-of-way. I'm not familiar with this property enough to know for sure, but this probate document does say, this document came from the estate of George Glass in 1/2 interest to Bradley Glass. And
Yeah, I'm Bradley Glass.
Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay.
For the first parcel, it does mention together with a right-of-way for use in connection with others to whom the right-of-way may be granted 15 feet in width, running northerly over the westerly end of the property of A. Wyman and property now or formerly of John Smallin, and then something easterly along the northerly line of Smallin's land to Thames Street. So
I'm not fully following you because I'm not hearing you well. It's very distorted. But okay, you got the map back down here. Now, right over the numbers there, 171, there's a shadow. That shadow is basically the road that comes down, the driveway that comes down from Thames Street. It comes down from Thames Street to the west, and then you turn south almost immediately. You see a fence here. You see a fence there. Yep, that's a fence. And you turn south, and then when you get off the blue pavement there, now you turn west and you go into our property. That's the way all my customers' cars go in there. That's the way my fuel truck goes in there. That's the way everything goes in there.
I believe the board understands this is how the access is to your property. It's right in here.
That's it, right there. That's it.
And I wonder if that probate document deeds that right of way to you.
The what document?
The court document that settled your father's estate.
What court document?
A probate, judge of probate court document.
Well, wait a minute now. Originally, my father and my mother owned that property. When my father passed away, half of that property was claimed over to me. So my mother and I now own that property.
Yeah, and it looks like there's a right of way listed in the probate document. So I'm wondering if that's what gives you access to your
You
property?
know, some of that's gonna be before my time here. I know they
Okay.
bought that property in 1975. I didn't get over here until 1977. And I didn't really pay much attention to any of this stuff because my total attention was on the boat and the fishing.
Yeah.
But I was told right from the get-go that there was a deeded right of way to get down that thing and across behind those two buildings into our place. I know at one point in time we had to go to court because Tony Levesque had all his garbage stowed in the right of way and we couldn't get in and out of there properly. And he was trying to claim squatters' rights. The thing was ridiculous.
Okay. Thanks, Mary.
Yep.
All right, this is the chairman back again. Is there any other bits and pieces of information that anybody has or any other questions?
I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how it got so high, but anyway, is there any other questions you have for me?
I don't. Does anybody else on the board have a question? If not, we can move on to make a decision on this sometime in one of our next deliberations. Okay, hearing nothing, Mr. Glass, it's good of you to check in with us, and we'll have a decision for you sometime during our deliberations, and you'll be receiving a notice in the mail as to our decision.
Okay.
All right, then.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks for your
Phil.
time.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks for your
Bye
time.
now.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
All right, the next one is at 7. I suppose we could talk about this for a few moments.
Oh, Chairman, she's in the queue.
We can put this aside.
All right, so who I have in the queue is Pamela Morante. There's another phone number. We'll check with Pamela and see if she knows who that is. Hold on one moment, please.
Hello.
Pamela?
Yes.
Good evening. This is Mary Gardner, the assessor. I'm hosting this meeting tonight. I also see Paul is here. Let me enable him to talk. Paul, can you hear me? So Pamela, there's another number in the queue, 727-6504. Is that one of your numbers?
It should be 202-8909. Do you see that?
No, right now all I see is your names, but there's another number. I don't know who it is.
It should just be Paul and I.
Okay.
Two of us.
So Paul, can you hear me?
I bet he's muted. Can you tell him to unmute? You might not know. Paul, unmute yourself if you can hear us. I'm going to text him.
No worries.
We can't hear you.
So he's been enabled to speak.
Can you unmute him? Or does he have to mute?
Yeah, he is not muted. He's already been unmuted.
Okay. I'm just telling you are unmuted. Making sure he's using his cell phone. Do you see that it's his cell phone?
Well, that's what I was asking. There's another number there, but I don't know whose number it is.
He's telling me right now. Okay, yeah, he's calling now from his cell phone.
Him yet?
Is he in the waiting room?
He is, and he has been unmuted.
Okay. Paul?
Okay, so are the last digits of his number 8909?
Yes.
Okay,
Hey, guys, sorry about that.
no worries.
My apologies.
So you've got to turn off the speaker on your phone. We're getting some feedback.
Okay.
Oh, are you on your phone and computer? Only be on your device.
Okay, so Pamela and Paul, are you both there?
I am.
Yeah, he needs to turn the speaker off on his phone.
Speaker's off.
Oh, we're getting an echo chamber here.
Chairman, I'll turn this over to you.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, this is John Parfit. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals. I'll be referring to myself as the chairman because one of our other members is named John, so this is no confusion. I'm going to read you a little introduction first. Your hearing will be with the Board of Assessment Appeals. Board members are volunteers appointed by the town council and are residents and taxpayers in the town of Groton. This hearing is your opportunity to state your case about why you disagree with the valuation established by the assessor's office. Any evidence or exhibits you submit will become part of the permanent record. You will be notified in writing of the board's decision. If you disagree with the decision of the board, you have the right to file an appeal with Superior Court. All right, now it's your turn. Tell us what you have.
Our information up on this left-hand side, the property, or is that someone else's property? That's someone else's, that's not our property.
We'll get the correct one up here momentarily.
Okay, thank you. So we bought this property in September. The taxes on the property are $11,500. And we're basically, we requested this meeting because we're confused by the amount of the taxes. We do not have a driveway. You can see the town owns the road that's next to our home that goes up to the water for its a waterway. We have it's a 1-bathroom home. It's a very small cottage on a very small parcel of land. My concern was there's a home behind us at 213A, and my concern is that we're being taxed on land. I'm not understanding the amount of taxes for the size of the property, the amount of the property that it was sold at, which it was assessed for $404,000. I think the last time this property was assessed and taxed, it was close to $600,000. So we're here to question how this number was acquired, and we believe it's the right number for the property itself. No driveway. There's actually no parking. We park on the road or on our grass. So that right there is not our property. That belongs to the town of Groton.
Mrs. Morante, the town doesn't own any land down there. That's all owned by Groton Long Point Association.
Okay, well, it's not my property, I guess is what I'm saying. What I was told was this right here belongs to, I guess, to the town of Groton. They said that that's how they get to, nobody owns that property, I guess is what I'm saying.
That's right. And I don't think it's the town of Groton. But
okay, I was told it was, but what do I know?
So you have parking in front of your garage?
That is not really, it's a tiny little slab right there. So that garage is not a garage for a car, it's more storage. In order to pull in there, so there's homes, as you pull up, there are homes, right? So this isn't parking, you can't park there. We park out, if you look in front of the house, you can see where the parking is on the road. Winter, so we can kind of hug that garage right now, but when people are living here, there is other homes, and so that property, that roadway needs to be open to the public. I don't know if you can pull a front of the house.
This is the chairman. So that's basically a right of way that goes beside your house to the properties in the rear.
Yes,
is that
that's
correct?
correct.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else have any other questions?
We just want to mention to her about the reval year, John, and that, or 2016, or going to do that.
Yes, please.
So Mrs. Morante, Mr. Smith, this is John P. Sons, another board member.
John.
How are you? So typically,
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. The town, in all municipalities in the state are required to do revals every 5 years by state statute. So accordingly, this reval was done in 2016 with a grand list date is always October 1st of October 1st, 2016. So that was the date, if you will, at which time all the values, commercial, residential, et cetera, were established. So the property value that you're seeing that we have is predicated upon the revaluation that was done back then and the value we assigned to it at that time. So values will fluctuate up and down in subsequent years, and we're going to do another reval in 2021. So I just want to make you aware of that, so you understand that values can change, they can go down, they can go up. We don't typically make adjustments based on the fluctuations in the market, unless there's some egregious error that was made or some extenuating circumstance. That's just general information. I do have a question. The garage is the view I'm looking at now. Your house there, 213A, is the garage on the east? I guess that would be the east side of the house, or is that over there where the arrow, the cursor is?
It's on the west side of the house, John.
Okay, so that's why when you come down, it's tough. Okay, and that's that little pad there. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Yeah, that's the only place to park.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough turn there, I guess.
Yeah, we just kind of kitty corner a car in there,
Yeah,
and that's it.
tough to make. Yeah, to make the turn without hitting something. Okay.
Yeah, my concern was when that property was assessed, the owner owned that entire parcel here, like both 213, their whole compound, right? Which has now been separate. So I own 213A and they still own 213. But you can see they own, the majority of the property belongs to 213.
So just to be clear, and my name's Mary Gardner. I'm the assessor for the town. I'm hosting the meeting for the board tonight through the Zoom platform. These two properties have been separate properties for a long time. We have assessed them separately for many years.
Oh, I wasn't sure, honestly, because I was very surprised by the tax number based on, you know, the square footage of the home. It's a 1-bath home. There's no parking, you know, very little yard, if at all.
Yeah, this is John Piacenza. You may not be aware of this, but just for your edification, I mean, there's, on the street card, it shows a transaction that took place, admittedly, it was quite a while ago, 2003, but it sold for 2003 for $610,000. So that gives you sort of the backdrop to this. The value was considerably higher than what your transaction reflects. So just as a point of interest, that we've seen a lot of fluctuations in values over the years.
All right, this is the chairman again. I personally don't have any other questions for you at this particular time. And if the rest of the board does not have any other questions, we will be deliberating on your property. And you'll be getting a notice in the mail sometime after we make the deliberation. I'm not sure when that'll be. It's be one of our subsequent meetings over the next several days. So unless there's something else there, I'd like to thank you for appealing and talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, appreciate it very much. And just again, just to recap, you know, it's a 1,000 square foot home with literally no driveway, just barely can park a car in there. And as Pam said, just the grounds are there's just not a lot of land there. And I get it, it's GLP, but and I know that, you know, you've already had this assessed before 3 or 4 years ago, but I mean, is there anybody in agreement? And I know, you know, you work for the town of Groton. I mean, to pay that type of taxes for such a small, tiny piece of parcel, does that, I mean, what type of you know, experience do you have with other homes in the area that struggle like us?
Well, we try to basically take what we've been given us. And we do find errors on these cards from time to time, and we try to make the necessary adjustments as we go along. And as part of our deliberations, we will be looking to see if there's some way that maybe a mistake was made or why something was done as it was. And
sure.
And you know, make any changes if we can. If not, these will all be taken into account at the next revaluation anyway.
Understood.
Okay.
No, I appreciate. Thanks very much.
All right, then you have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have a small thing that I found. On the land information on the card, it's listing as Prime Star. Would that be better off being prime? Because doesn't Prime Star mean basically waterfront or with a view?
This is Mary here. Prime Star means it's not waterfront, but it's heavily influenced by the water.
Okay.
So it's not primary with a view. That would be under primary with a view. Prime Star means it has a much higher influence by the water because of its proximity and view of the water. It's not waterfront, but it's not a primary lot either.
Okay, I'm not sure if there's anything that can be done to make a change on that I can see.
Do you want to wait, John? I'd hate to interrupt you, but do you want to wait since we're going to get you the sale set for Groton Long Point for the other Island View Avenue anyway?
Yes, let's do that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
Well, that is it for your appointments for tonight.
And we're waiting on information for everything else, so we can't make any decisions tonight on anything else.
Mary,
Yes?
could, as far as digging up information on this, could you also get us the square footage for the lots for 215 and 213 as well? And what, I don't, is that number 2 Weston? Is that the next house down?
4. Yes, 2 is the next house to the south. You want the lot sizes, Don?
Yes, of 215, 213, and 2.
Sure.
As well as their assessment.
Sure. Yes, we will. We'll get you the property record cards.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Don, you can, if you want to do some of that yourself, you can actually just look it up on the GIS. All that information's really easy to get to.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I could do that too.
That's what
We'll
I
get
just here.
We'll get them for you guys anyway.
Yeah.
That's one drawback to not being here in the office.
Yes, it is, but
Well, we try to take what we're given, but, and it is, if you have another, I have a second computer that I just have the GIS up on, so I can look at the GIS information, which has the property card information anytime. So while we're chatting about it, you can just, it's easy to pull it up.
Just one question for the group. As far as 69 Noble Avenue, we're gonna like, I can't remember now. We launched right into the next one, I think, next appellant. So is there something we want to consider in terms of information we need to make that determination?
I think we were looking to make all of the,
Noble Avenue.
Oh, the Noble Avenue as in the aggregate?
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
not that we're making all the same decisions for each one, but at the same time, so we can get a good look at all of them.
All right, then just have
Then
some
do
kind of
each one
consistent
individually.
method. Okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I think.
Jim mentioned this. Jim's seen a lot of those over the years, right, Jim?
Too many.
Oh, Mary, I had another question. Going back to, was it 181 Thames Street, Glass's place?
Yes.
The formula for the, for valuing the linear footage of a lot, does that assume a straight line?
Yes.
So we could make an influence factor then for
You
that.
could adjust that water frontage measurement from 98 feet to 65 feet if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Hey, as long as you brought that discussion up, John, why don't you go ahead and deliberate that one? We're not waiting for any information.
Okay.
I think we can do that if nobody has a problem with it.
Yeah, because that's why I was asking her about it. It's not really usable. What would that bring the value to?
One moment. Linda's going to run the numbers. We're also going to put a note on the card that mentions that there's no access from the street and that they have a deeded right of way from a nearby property.
Right.
So I'm going
That's
to
a good
change
idea,
that.
Mary, since it took a while to establish that, but we got there.
Just full value.
Mary, does it make sense to divide the 65 feet and the 23 feet into separate little discussions? In other words, which the 60, or do we have to deal with it as a total number?
I'm not following, Jim.
Well, if the 65-foot section is that's prime, there's nothing wrong with that, except for the access. But the 23 feet this section isn't really that valuable, so it deserves a very big influence factor.
Right, that's what we're talking about.
Well, I know, but the question is, can we divide it up like that? Can we talk about two different little waterfront sections with each with a different influence factor?
You know, Jim, because we really just kind of used one linear foot measurement, that would kind of go against the grain of all the other models.
That's fine, that's fine.
I'm not sure we'd pick that up for the next reval.
Okay,
So
okay, it's too much, that's fine, cause I think it's a little extra trouble anyway, so that's fine, that's fine.
So the full value?
just the land right now.
Oh, just the land, 366,700.
So dropping that from 98 linear feet to 65 linear feet changes the full value of the land from 449.2 to 366.7. Which changes the overall property value from 475 to 392.5.
Does the fact that there's a, go ahead.
No, you go, please.
Okay, well, does the fact that it has a right of way, the access from the street, does that have any, in your experience, any bearing on, I mean, it's a deeded right of way, so they're always gonna have it, but does that have any bearing on the value?
It kind of does, John. It's a monkey wrench, and anything that's a monkey wrench affects value.
Yeah, I mean, just to go down that sort of serpentine drive, you go down, then you take a left, and you go, I don't know.
No,
would be amenable.
I think you could give that some consideration.
Yeah, I'm amenable to that because I think it's kind of a tough, you know, I mean, anybody that wants to get there will get there, but it's just a bit of an impediment.
Yes, it is.
I don't know
So
what you want
Where
into
would
that
we-
or how.
Could we put that, we wouldn't put that on the waterfront lineage part.
No,
It
no.
could go on the general acreage part as an influence factor
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
for access.
What would you recommend there, Jim?
Well, I think in terms of we got to come up with a number. It's maybe a 30% influence factor for poor access.
I think that's reasonable.
You never see a number 3. I don't even know what that represents. Do you want us to run the number using a -30 for shape and size? On the,
Yeah.
on the waterfront landline?
Yeah, minus 30 there.
Okay, we're running it. Hold on.
Yeah, it would be helpful if we could remember why we gave them the influence factor, but because, you know, the poor access is really the reason.
Okay, so that brings the land down to 309,900.
So dropping the linear foot from 98 to 65 and changing the influence factor from a -3 to a -30 changes the land value from 449,200 to 309,900 for a full value of 335.7.
Before we vote,
I'd be satisfied with that. All right, what do you think? I'll make a motion if you're ready.
I just had a question, Jim, before.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Where it says the flood zone, Mary, it says -3. On this waterfront minus, what does that refer to? Does that refer to the, just the waterfront area because of it's a flood zone or?
So John, usually there's 2 boxes there for influence adjustments, which you're only seeing one. It has a -3. That ties to shape and size.
Okay.
The
All right.
flood zone for VE flood zone is actually blank. And
Okay. All right, so we're applying a 30% reduction factor because of the access.
yes,
And it's under the, okay. Got it. So the shape and size. All right, so go ahead, Jim.
So the motion is to, I hope I get all this right. Because there are 2 different, maybe almost 2 different motions here. The first one is to reduce the frontage to 65 feet. That by itself is, that's that. And I think if we need a reason, we'll have to say, due to
shape of the linear foot.
shape of the linear foot, yeah, that'd be good. Okay, I'd
Yeah.
like to have a reason for everything we do. Then the second part of the motion or second motion is to add a shape and size factor of 30%. based on the fact that the lot has very poor access.
All right, can you read the official word back with Jim's
Yes,
motion for change?
Reduce the frontage from 98 to 65 feet. Wait, hang on a minute.
we're going to say that we're going to change the waterfront linear foot measurement from 98 linear feet to 65 linear feet.
Because of the shape of the linear footage.
Yes.
And add a shape size factor of 30% based on access to the property.
Yes.
Yeah.
Limited access.
Limited access.
You want to say minus 30%.
Yes.
Yeah, minus 30.
All right, with that motion being said, do I have a second?
Second, John.
Second by John. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
Before we leave, that we're done with the motion and everything, the flood zone is blank.
That's true.
Is that normal?
No, it's usually for VE zone, it's usually minus 10%.
Well, maybe that should be in there too, because right now it's blank. I mean, but it says there's a flood zone influence, but there's no number.
I think you just have to make another motion.
Okay, I'd like to either add to the
Wait,
last
wait,
motion or
Jim,
make another one.
finish this one first.
We're done with the first one, right?
Well, I didn't say it was,
Changing first.
I didn't say it was a unanimous decision, but now
We
it
got to
is.
vote on it.
Oh, you didn't vote on it. Well, why don't you amend the motion, Jim?
Okay, I'd like to amend the motion now to include the two items that we've previously discussed, including reduction in linear footage and the addition of a shape and size factor based on limited access. But also, okay, so the third item is to add an influence factor for the flood zone, which would be minus 10%.
So can you give Lynn a moment to run the numbers?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not sure we've had a three-phase motion like that before. That's a lot. Feels weird.
Yes. And your 30 is a minus 30, correct? Must be.
Yes.
Okay, so that drops the land value to,
Full land value is now 295,100.
okay. So
I didn't change it much. All right, that's fine. Okay, that's the motion as it
All right,
stands.
I second the revised motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Well, since it's the Hellcat, we should probably say aye.
Aye, Captain.
That was bad.
That
Yeah,
was
that
bad.
was-
It's the end of the day.
Yeah. Go have another cannoli.
Oh, watch that.
Hey, watch that Italian stuff.
Okay.
So of
Enough said.
all of your appeals, folks, you have four to deliberate on. Two are Groton Long Point, one is Noank, and the other one is Mr. Fulco, just so you know.
Okay,
So we got Fulco, Morante, Carazati, and Hankard, correct?
Yes,
Yep.
correct,
What?
correct.
Correct, okay. Molto bene.
Okay, so, yes, again, Chairman, we turn the meeting over to you.
okay. Does anybody have anything else need to get into discussion right now?
I'd like to just make one comment, and that is that in fact, we have a very odd situation with using Zoom, and we've never used it before. These meetings are going as good as any meetings I've ever been involved in for the board. It's been It's been a pleasure. It has not been a difficult problem at all.
I
Good
do
to
agree.
hear.
I do agree. I think it's been an interesting challenge.
But the board rose to the occasion.
Yeah, here, here.
Good job, guys.
Thank you very much, Mary and Lynn.
Thanks, Mary. Thanks, Lynn. Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
Mary.
Welcome. So
Well,
was there a motion to adjourn?
No,
No.
Motion to adjourn at 7:25.
second.
Piacenza seconded it. Thank you. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Thanks,
Bye,
Mary.
Good
Mary.
night. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
See you
Bye
in a
now.
We'll
couple.
see you on Wednesday or Thursday or whatever.
Thursday.
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 You gotta say man about a cannoli. Okay, bye.